E ele volta então para a Europa, se instalando em Lausanne, Suíça, e com o seguinte lema: eu vou islamizar o Ocidente. Quando nós hoje avaliamos a influência que o Schuon teve sobre figuras de primeiríssimo plano da intelectualidade, da política e das finanças europeias, você vê que a islamização do Ocidente começou muito por cima. Né? Quando eu tive contato com a Tariqa por uns dois anos, naquela época eu vi que estava começando um certo intercâmbio entre o Martin Links, ou Sheikh Abu Bakr Sirajeddin, que era o segundo no comando da Tariqa do Schuon, e o Príncipe Charles. Sobretudo a partir de um livro maravilhoso que o Links escreveu, The Secret of Shakespeare. Primeira edição chamada Shakespeare and the Light of Tradition, depois The Secret of Shakespeare. Provavelmente o melhor livro que alguém já escreveu sobre Shakespeare, mostrando todo o conteúdo esotérico e simbólico das peças de Shakespeare. E quando veio uma segunda edição, esse livro veio com um prefácio do Príncipe Charles. Eu falei, opa, peraí. Quer dizer que eles estão trocando figurinha, de algum modo. Mas isso foi 30 anos atrás. Não é isso? Ao longo do tempo, o Príncipe Charles vai assumindo cada vez mais uma defesa aberta do Islã, se torna o grande protetor do Islã. Fala, claro que isso foi influência do Martin Links. Porém, se você fala em influência, agora, um sheik sufi não fica procurando influência sobre os outros. Ou o sujeito vira discípulo dele, ou nada. Quer dizer, quem não é discípulo simplesmente não tem acesso a essas coisas. Então, para mim, se tornou claro que o Príncipe Charles havia se tornado um membro da Tariqa, tá certo? O que significa que ele não tinha aderido ao Islã exotérico. Isso é muito importante, né? Mas ao Islã esotérico. E nesses dias, trocando umas figurinhas com o grande historiador esotérico maçônico Angel Miller, eu recebi uns artigos que confirmavam isso. Quer dizer que o Príncipe Charles havia aderido ao Islã na versão do Guénon, já tinha se tornado uma coisa conhecida e banal na Inglaterra. Todo mundo sabe disso, não há mais dúvida. Né? Quer dizer, não é questão de discutir, não, ele virou muçulmano, não virou muçulmano. Falo, não, eu estou falando do nível esotérico, onde as coisas simplesmente não se colocam assim. Não quer dizer que ele se converteu ao islamismo. Mesmo que entre numa tarica, não quer dizer que você se converteu ao islamismo. Isso aí tem páginas e páginas do Guénon e Schuon mostrando que na esfera esotérica não existe isso de conversão. A conversão é um elemento próprio do exoterismo. Né? E então pouco interessa se converter ou não, o fato é que ele é o membro da Tariqa e o membro da Tariqa faz o que o sheik manda.
Agora, aqui eu estou falando há anos, eu estou dizendo o seguinte: o Príncipe Charles da Inglaterra é um agente islâmico, ele trabalha para o Islã. Digo para você, ele é membro de uma Tariqa, organização esotérica islâmica. Eu sei que eu conheci o sheik, conheci o guru dele, né? Sou Martin Links, que tinha o nome islâmico de, Sheikh Abu Bakr Sirajeddin. Né? Não nego que o Martin Links fosse um grande homem, um grande escritor, um grande cabeça, mas era um agente islâmico, obviamente. Né? Então, outro membro da mesma Tariqa, que é o filósofo Seyyed Hossein Nasr, não nego que seja um gênio, intelectualmente tenho o maior respeito por ele, mas todo esse lado oculto da política internacional, essas manobras ocultas, não merecem o meu respeito de maneira alguma, porque eu sigo aquilo que o Cristo disse. Tudo tem que ser falado em público, na lata, e nada de oculto. Com o negócio que é oculto já não presta. Tá? Tanto que no meio tem a sílaba cu. Né? Então, o que é oculto está no cu. Né? Então, coisa boa não é. Né? Ó, do cu, assim, não é bom nem o que sai e muito menos o que entra. Cuidado com isso, minha gente. Né? Então, naquela época, os filósofos, se você nasce 20 anos atrás, escreveu um livro que se chama The Encounter of Man and Nature, publicado, aliás, no Brasil, numa tradução meio capenga, pela editora Zahar, com o título Homem e a Natureza. Eu, quando li esse livro, fiquei impressionadíssimo, porque ele partia da existência de um negócio chamado crise ecológica, que até hoje não sei se existe e acho que não existe. Tá certo? e dizia que a culpa da crise ecológica era da perda da espiritualidade no Ocidente, porque no mundo medieval, né, o pessoal tinha uma visão espiritual da natureza. Quando se perdeu isso, tudo ficou mecanizado, a natureza virou apenas matéria-prima para a indústria, e daí fudeu. O argumento era até bonito, né? Só que, depois eu vi que o argumento está parcialmente certo no que diz respeito ao Ocidente. Quer dizer, essa perda da espiritualidade da natureza, de fato, causa um desrespeito geral para a natureza, sem sombra de dúvida. Tá certo? Porém, quem eram os islâmicos para falar disso? Né? Porque no mundo inteiro, o lugar onde existe mais equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza é o Ocidente. Vocês viajem pela Europa Ocidental, vejam as cidadezinhas do interior da França, do interior da Alemanha, do interior da Inglaterra, falam, maior integração, maior equilíbrio entre homem e natureza não é possível. Agora vocês vão ver o que se passa na China, o que se passa na Índia, o que se passa na Rússia, o que se passa nos países islâmicos, é um desastre ecológico total. O desastre ecológico está lá, não está aqui, porra. Né? Então, embora a tese do Seyed Hossein Nasr estivesse certa em si, ele estava se prevalecendo de uma verdade para passar uma mentira. A verdade é, a crise ecológica tem algo, na medida em que ela existe, ela tem algo a ver com a perda da espiritualidade da natureza. Muito bem, seu Nasr, está certo? Só que ele se prevalecia disso para fingir que o Islã, né, tinha autoridade para passar pito no Ocidente sobre esse aspecto, coisa que não tinha de maneira alguma. Né? Então, passados 20 anos da publicação desse livro, que notem bem, é de um indivíduo que era membro da Tariqa, chefiado pelo Sr. Martin Lins, né? Que na época era chefiado pelo Fritjof Schuon. Passado esse tempo todo, o príncipe Charles, tá certo? Que já deu bandeira de ser o maior protetor da invasão islâmica, e que eu sei que é um membro da Tariqa, sei porque eu sou testemunha, tá certo? Eu vi a coisa começar, tá certo? E, aliás, não era só o príncipe Charles, tinha muita gente importante nessa Tariqa. O Aga Khan, o homem mais rico do Oriente, era membro da Tariqa. Ele chegava lá, o sheik passava num pito, daquela boca burra, o sujeito sim, né? Que discípulo obedece o sheik. Né? Então aparece o príncipe Charles dizendo, para salvar o mundo temos de seguir o caminho islâmico. Ou seja, repetindo a tese do Seyed Hossein Nasr. 30 anos depois, quando já se provou que ela está furada. Então, o cara está dando bandeira de que ele é pró-islâmico. Por quê? Para ser membro da Tariqa, bom, nessa Tariqa deles, eles não tinham só grupos muçulmanos, tinha grupos católicos, ortodoxos, protestantes, budistas, né? E no meio o Fritjof Schuon posando como se fosse um papa interreligioso, papa de todas as religiões. Né? Então, fosse qual fosse a religião originária do sujeito, ele estava trabalhando para o projeto islâmico. Qual é o projeto islâmico? O projeto que o Schuon anunciou ao voltar da Argélia nos anos 50, dizendo, vou islamizar a Europa. Né? E o sujeito com esse propósito, e chefiando, tendo poder sobre centenas de intelectuais, políticos, banqueiros, bilionários, etc. É claro que o sujeito está fazendo isso. Ele foi o grande responsável, foi o sujeito que arrombou a porta da Europa para a invasão islâmica que veio depois. Os analistas políticos comuns não sabem essas coisas porque não estudam. Tá certo? Então está aí, eu estou dizendo, faz anos que o príncipe Charles, né, é agente islâmico.
Olha, a família real como um todo eu não sei, tá certo? Mas o príncipe Charles, eu tenho certeza absoluta que ele é um servidor do Islã. Tá certo? Eu sei isso aí, vamos dizer, por certo modo, por informação direta, quer dizer, ele foi discípulo de um sheik islâmico durante muito tempo, e a relação discípulo e mestre no esoterismo islâmico é relação de obediência total, não importa se o cara é príncipe, multibilionário, general, não interessa, tá certo? Então ele foi discípulo desse sheik por mais de 20 anos, e a gente vê pelas atitudes públicas dele, são atitudes de franca proteção ao Islã. Está na cara que o governo americano, isso é o establishment, ou aquilo que o Nicholas Seger chama corporação, está trabalhando para a ascensão islâmica mundial. Assim como a Casa Real Britânica, que é um elemento fundamental da corporação, está protegendo a invasão islâmica a olhos vistos. Eu digo para vocês, o príncipe Charles é membro de uma tariqa, ele obedece um sheik islâmico. Meu Deus do céu.
Ai. E também aqui o Bruno Gama Duarte me mandou um negócio interessantíssimo que eu não tinha visto. É um material de 2006 é uma conferência sobre estudos tradicionais, né? Comparative Religion, religião comparada e tal, onde os conferencistas principais eram Seyed Hossein Nasr, Houston Smith e outros, todos membros da Tariqa do Fritjof Schuon, todos discípulos do Schuon. E quem faz a conferência inaugural? O Príncipe Charles. Ou seja, ele não está lá só abrilhantando com a sua presença real, tá certo? Um empreendimento que é, obviamente, parte de um gigantesco plano de ocupação do Ocidente pelo Islã. Eu já expliquei isso, posso voltar a explicar. Quando você lê a apresentação que ele faz, você vê que ele entende profundamente de todo o pensamento da escola dita tradicionalista. Guénon, Schuon, Burckhardt, ele leu tudo, tanto quanto eu, entende profundamente do negócio e está totalmente imbuído. Eu entendo um pouquinho mais do que ele, porque além de estudar o negócio e perceber as perspectivas imensas e profundas que isso abre para a compreensão da formação das civilizações e para a compreensão do próprio destino humano sobre a Terra e das relações entre homem e Deus, que sem dúvida é um material de uma riqueza extraordinária, além de ter percebido tudo isso, eu percebi também que havia de todo esse quadro, alguns pontos obscuros premeditadamente colocados lá para que você não perceba. E esse eu não percebi, o Príncipe Charles não percebeu até hoje. Ele está lá, vamos dizer, com toda a sinceridade, com toda a boa vontade, né, fazendo uma coisa que no fundo é admirável, porque você vê um príncipe herdeiro, né, representando a casa real britânica, que se dá um trabalho de estudar tudo isto, que é vamos dizer, uma das bibliografias mais difíceis e trabalhosas do universo, e chegar ao nível de compreensão que ele chegou desse material, é certo que eu acho que o que ele diz ali está no nível de qualquer pessoa, né, qualquer dos teóricos e porta-vozes dessa escola, que não é bem uma escola, na verdade não é uma escola, são duas, não são linhas diferentes. Mas ele observou tudo, isso já é uma coisa maravilhosa. Agora ele precisaria um pouquinho além e perceber qual é o sentido estratégico disso dentro do plano maior das guerras de civilizações. Isso aí ele não percebeu. Aliás, ele está achando que esse aporte da escola tradicionalista pode renovar ali a cultura britânica, pode devolver a sanidade à Europa. Tá certo? Não pode, não. Porque ali esse pessoal sufre, eles vão fazer a coisa ambígua. Tá certo? Eles vão tentar adoecer a Europa até a Europa ficar bem fraquinha. E quando a Europa cai na mão deles, islamiza tudo, daí eles curam. Eles manda a doença e manda a cura, tá certo? Isso é o velho truque sufi, que aliás vem da própria concepção islâmica de Deus. Porque nós aqui achamos, vamos dizer, que os malefícios vêm do diabo. E os bens vêm de Deus. E eles acham não, que o bem e o mal vêm tudo de Deus. Então isso quer dizer, se é para fazer a sacanagem, eles seguem muito a teoria do bode. Sabe aquele negócio? Pô, o bode dentro de casa, aí botou uma merda, aí tira o bode, agora ficou bom, ficou bom. Então, quando dá zero, para ele está ótimo, é vantagem. Então, eu tinha dito há anos atrás, olha, o Príncipe Charles é um membro da Tariqa do Schuon, um discípulo do Martin Lings. Eu sei porque eu conheci o Martin Lings. Né? Tive muito boas relações com o Martin Lings, até quando perdi o contato com ele por fatores que não interessam, que não foi por culpa dele, foi um problema com o Schuon. Mas que não compromete o Lings de maneira alguma, nem o Lings, nem o Seyed Hossein Nasr, são pessoas por que tem uma hora assim. Ele foi discípulo do Martin Lings, o qual foi sucessor do Schuon como sheikh de uma Tariqa. Tariqa é uma organização esotérica islâmica. Hein? Então, um item importante, vamos dizer, na guerra cultural do Islã com o Ocidente é que a religião muçulmana reconhece a importância, a santidade de Nosso Senhor Jesus Cristo. Não o aceita como Deus. Mas a doutrina é um pouco contraditória, porque por um lado ela diz que Jesus Cristo é o verbo de Deus, Kalimatullah, quer dizer, Logos de Deus, né? E por outro lado diz que ele não é Deus. Fala, bom, mas como é que o Logos, a inteligência de Deus, pode não ser Deus? Eu acho que a doutrina islâmica é contraditória nesse ponto. Mas também isso é difícil de discutir, por quê? Porque não existe uma doutrina islâmica uniforme, existe um monte de escolas, e todas elas são consideradas legítimas. Um diz uma coisa, outro diz outra. Né? Mas, de modo geral, Jesus é qualificado ali como um profeta, entre aspas. No nível mais esotérico, mais profundo, né, existe uma diferença islâmica, que é a diferença entre Sharia, que é a lei que é para todo mundo, a religião exotérica, tá certo? E Hakikat, que é verdade, ou Tariqa, que é caminho, que é para uma elite espiritual mais qualificada. E a teoria que o René Guénon espalhou no Ocidente é que o cristianismo era originariamente apenas uma Tariqa, não era uma religião, não tinha autoridade de religião, era apenas uma escola de ensinamentos secretos. E que, em função da necessidade do mundo antigo que estava caindo pelas tabelas, esse esoterismo se exoterizou e virou uma religião ex post facto. Né? O último livro do Jean Borella, que se chama Esoterismo Guénoniano e Mistério Cristão, demonstra que essa tese é absolutamente impossível, inviável, historicamente, absolutamente falsa. Ora, isso quer dizer o seguinte, que a ideia não é destruir o cristianismo, mas absorvê-lo dentro do Islã como uma variante esotérica do Islã. Porque as escolas esotéricas elas estão submetidas à religião majoritária ou exotérica. Então você islamiza tudo, mas os elementos, vamos dizer, aproveitáveis do cristianismo se integrariam dentro do Islã como sendo uma tarica entre outros. E os cristãozinhos ficam lá tudo contentes porque eles ainda são cristãos. Olha, minha gente, eu caí nessa história. O Schuon disse para mim, olha, você pode praticar o esoterismo islâmico sem você deixar de ser cristão. Foi depois que eu percebi, falaram, não. O cristianismo que eles estão falando é apenas um esoterismo dentro da religião islâmica. Do mesmo modo que, na escatologia islâmica, a versão islâmica do Apocalipse, virá um enviado islâmico, que é o Mahdi, quer dizer, o esperado, esse que vai salvar o mundo, e Jesus Cristo virá para ajudá-lo. Jesus Cristo vai ser uma ordenança do Mahdi. Então, é esta a boa convivência, que essa turma das taricas quer com o cristianismo. Então, quando eu percebi que isso aí era, no fundo, é uma empulhação, você está convencendo o cara que ele vai continuar sendo cristão, você está integrando esse cristianismo dele como uma parte subordinada dentro da moral, falou, esta aqui, a estratégia inteira da escola de Guénon e Schuon é essa. Falamos da unidade transcendente das religiões, né? O Schuon se considerava uma espécie de papa de todas as religiões, né? E daí nós reequacionamos, nós redistribuímos as várias religiões, todas elas sob a égide do Islã. Isso aí o príncipe Charles ainda não percebeu. Então, você vê que nas últimas, recentemente, sheiks islâmicos importantes estão recomendando aos muçulmanos na Inglaterra que votem no Partido Conservador. Então, nós fazemos uma aliança com o Partido Conservador e nós governamos a Inglaterra. E dentro do Partido Conservador vai ter um monte de idiota cristão que acha que os caras estão lá mesmo para ajudar. Não, eles vão te ajudar, mas desde que você se integre no esquema deles. Quer dizer, o cristianismo aí perde o estatuto de religião, deixa de ser uma religião de pleno direito e se torna o quê? Um esoterismo dentro do exoterismo islâmico. E é por isso mesmo que o Guénon defendia aquela teoria de que o cristianismo, na origem, era apenas uma escola esotérica, que depois virou uma religião de massas. Quando isso aí é totalmente desmentido pela letra do Evangelho, por todos os testemunhos da época. O cristianismo nunca foi esotérico, tá certo? Ele já se abriu para todos desde o início. O Cristo já veio dizendo, eu vim trazer a salvação para o judeu e o gentio por igual, você está entendendo? E já começou a batizar a gente para tudo quanto é lado, está entendendo? Tem o famoso episódio, eu não me lembro em que livro está, em que São Pedro encontra um centurião, e ele está ali conversando com o centurião, fazendo a pregação para o centurião, e a massa que está ouvindo, massa romana, né, se converte instantaneamente. Vem o Espírito Santo e converte a massa inteira. Entendeu? Como é que foi vamos dizer, um esoterismo, quer dizer, uma sociedade quase secreta, que depois gradativamente foi se exoterizando até chegar no Concílio de Niceia, onde, diz o Guénon, foi só aí que o cristianismo se constituiu como religião, antes era só esoterismo. Isso é mentira! Mentira! O Guénon sabia que isso era furado, pô. Quer dizer, eu não estou negando o valor imenso da obra do Guénon, inclusive do ponto de vista da mecânica, do processo civilizacional. Essa gente da Tariqa do Schuon tem uma compreensão tão profunda que nenhum cientista político ou historiador ocidental tem. E é bom que o príncipe Charles saiba que ele tá começando a compreender o mecanismo, como é que se geram e se destroem as civilizações. Só que é o seguinte, a parte importante ainda não contaram para ele. Esconderam o segredo. Como é que uma civilização engole a outra dizendo que está defendendo. Tá certo? Então, agradeço muito ao Bruno Gama Duarte, que tem me mandado isso. Ainda vou escrever artigo sobre isso, vou dar as fontes tudo direitinho. Né? Foi uma conferência de 2006. Vendo a lista dos participantes, né? Então a gente já sabe, isso aqui é coisa da Tariqa do Schuon, porque são todos membros. Né? Então aparece lá um dizendo que é budista, outro dizendo que é hinduísta, outro dizendo que é protestante, e quando você vai ver, são todos membros da Tariqa. Eu já vi isso acontecer, vi isso com os meus 2 olhos. Olhos, ouvidos, eu estava lá, eu vi. Então, aquele negócio, meninos, eu vi. Não veio lá, qual é a fonte? A fonte, é Moá, meu filho. Eu sou testemunha ocular da história, tá vendo? Eu vi tudo isso acontecendo. E eu não sei, vamos dizer, até que ponto o príncipe Charles está entendendo exatamente aonde que ele está entrando. Eu sei que hoje em dia existem esses 3 grandes esquemas globalistas. Tem o esquema, vamos chamar de ocidental, que é George Soros, Rockefeller, essa turma do CFS. Tem o esquema islâmico e tem o bom e velho esquema comunista. E eles, às vezes, concorrem, às vezes se combatem uns aos outros. Tá, mas está todo mundo, o objetivo todo é dominar o mundo. Quer dizer, quanta gente tem que se acha capacitada para governar o mundo? Ai, meu saco! Né? E depois vem com umas teorias extravagantes fazendo isso. Tem até cara que defende isso aí, defende a perspectiva evolucionista, diz que as espécies, né, elas proliferam quando elas dão certo. Então é a sobrevivência do mais apto. O mais apto prolifera mais. Mas se é assim, meu filho, as pessoas mais aptas estão na África, na Ásia, no terceiro mundo, que é onde mais procria. Né? Ao passo que na Europa, nos Estados Unidos, ninguém quer procriar. Tá certo? Então, ao longo dos últimos séculos, você vê que a população cresceu hoje. Cresceu nas regiões mais pobres e miseráveis, não tem o que comer. Então, isso é que é a sobrevivência do mais apto. Né? E assim vai.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great sadness that I cannot be with you to participate in and benefit from this conference on Islam and Muslims in the world today. However, I particularly wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words to preface the vitally important topics which you will be discussing over the next 2 days. I also wanted to express appreciation to the Prime Minister for making time before he steps down to organize this exchange of views by so senior and experienced a group of speakers. For more than 20 years now, I've been fascinated by the relationships between the Abrahamic faiths of Islam, Christianity and Judaism. And this fascination stems partly from the particular interest I have in the ethnic, religious and cultural diversity which makes up modern Britain. For me, this unity through diversity can represent a great richness and a great strength for our society. But my fascination has been leavened with a concern that while there is much which binds the children of Abraham together, there is also much which prevents us from coming closer. This concern has been steadily growing, and as long ago as 1993, some of you may recall that as its patron I gave a speech at the Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies in which I said, I believe wholeheartedly that the links between these two worlds matter more today than ever before, because the degree of misunderstanding between the Islamic and Western worlds remains dangerously high, and because the need for the two to live and work together in our increasingly interdependent world has never been greater. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have rarely hoped more fervently to be proved wrong. Sadly, events have shown that there was at least some truth in my analysis. Despite advancing these thoughts nearly 15 years ago, however, I have never subscribed to the view that a so-called clash of civilizations is somehow inevitable. Indeed, I believe that by redoubling our efforts to promote tolerance and understanding, people at all levels of society can make all the difference. This, of course, is very easy to say, but I have a feeling that the doing may also be within our grasp. In fact, while many commentators have expressed reservations about the resurgence of spirituality around the world, I find this a profoundly heartening sign. I cannot claim to be qualified to interpret the sacred texts of any of the great faiths, that is, for those called and properly trained to be spiritual leaders. But I do think that there is great wisdom in the Arab proverb which says, what comes from the lips reaches the ears. What comes from the heart reaches the heart. So when my heart tells me to work towards greater tolerance and understanding, my head tells me that to translate this into action, we could do worse than begin by reassessing, calmly and rationally, our perceptions of one another. There is so much ill-informed and reactionary commentary that it is hugely difficult for the man or woman, or indeed the young person in the street, to know where the truth really lies. Western perceptions of Islam and Muslim perceptions of other faiths seem to me rather like the two ends of a balance. What affects one immediately and unavoidably affects the other. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that resolving imbalance through balanced thoughts and balanced actions is an essential first step, and one which each and every one of us can take. Now, I'm not trying to say that we are all the same. We are not. But when we think about it, we do share common values, and I have no doubt that this conference will enhance and enrich our understanding of them. As the Christian tradition teaches us, let brotherly love continue. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. This text, which means so much to Christians, is based upon an episode in the life of Abraham, whose example is cherished also by Jews and Muslims. Our common values celebrate humility, greatness of soul, honor, magnanimity, and indeed hospitality. It is these values which define our worth and status as human beings, and which, when held in proper balance, manifest the harmony between mankind and the temporal order in which we live. Promoting greater understanding of our shared values, in plain and simple terms, seems to me another area where we could all make a valuable personal contribution. A third area in which I believe we all have a role to play is in educating those who confuse extremism and the norm. Extremism is, by definition, the exception. It is not the standard by which any informed judgment can be made. Tragically, extremism exists within every faith, within every culture and tradition, and none is immune from the devastating consequences which result from its confusion with the normal thoughts, words, and deeds of the overwhelming majority. But to confuse extremism with the norm is to ignore, in some cases perhaps deliberately, our common values. It is to be part of the problem, not part of the solution. By working together, we can move mountains. By working in opposition to each other, we simply create bigger mountains and cancel each other out, and worse. In all of this, I am struck by the great challenges which we must all face together. Perhaps the greatest of all is climate change, where common actions in each and every country are urgently required to protect the common inheritance that has been given to us by the Creator, by our Sustainer. And when we consider the sacred texts of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, we find common themes of stewardship and justice towards the environment. If only the great Abrahamic faiths could work together from their sacred texts to stand on common ground and work towards the protection of our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that the great minds and the wealth of practical experience gathered together in this room will be able to move the debate forward. By getting to know each other better, by listening at least as much as we talk, and by translating talk into action, I trust and pray that we might be able to advance just a few steps further along the road towards tolerance and understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, in these uprooted times, there is a great need for constancy, a need for those who can rise above the clamour, the din, and the sheer pace of our lives to help us to rediscover those truths that are immutable and eternal, a need for those who can speak of that eternal wisdom which is called the perennial philosophy. Looking at the program for this conference being organized by Sacred Web on the theme of tradition in the modern world and the list of speakers, I know that you will be hearing just this kind of teaching from just these kinds of people. Within the overall theme, there would seem to be a marvelous diversity of matters being discussed, matters related to religion, the arts, the economy, the environment, and much else. Although, very sadly, I cannot be with you, I do just want to say that I am always delighted to receive the latest issue of Sacred Web, because so often I come across such deeply revealing and enlightening articles, rich in content and diverse in subject matter. In addition, through the work of the Temenos Academy, of which I am patron, I have been fortunate to enjoy the writings of some of your colleagues, people such as Professor Syed Hossein Nazar, and of course the late Dr. Martin Lings, whose presence amongst us is so profoundly missed. The Temenos Academy has been and remains closely associated with many of those who have written and continue to write for Sacred Web, and indeed for Sophia and other related journals. From the beginning, with the launch of the original Temenos Review, the Temenos Academy has not only been devoted to what its founders have referred to as the arts of the imagination, but has also been committed both to the perennial philosophy and to the notion that man is at root a spiritual creature with spiritual and intellectual needs which have to be nourished if we are to fulfill our potential. Both of these matters are at the heart of the teachings of Sacred Web. Temenos Academy and Sacred Web are also, of course, dedicated to an exploration of the role of tradition in the modern world, the subject of this conference, and indeed to a critique of the false premises of modernity, a critique set out in one of the seminal texts of the traditionalists, René Guénon's The Reign of Quantity. Now, many find this teaching difficult, not least because it asks us to question our very mode of being, and perhaps because it asks us to question an ideology in the form of modernism that has become so set in our minds that any other way of being seems in some sense fanciful and unrealistic. However, the teachings of the traditionalists should not, in any sense, be taken to mean that they seek, as it were, to repeat the past, or indeed simply to draw a distinction between the present and the past. Theirs is not a nostalgia for the past, but a yearning for the sacred. And if they defend the past, it is because in the pre-modern world, all civilizations were marked by the presence of the sacred. As I understand it, in referring to tradition, they refer to a metaphysical reality and to underlying principles that are timeless, as true now as they have ever been and will be. And by way of contrast, in referring to modernism, they refer to a particular, though false, definition of reality, a particular, though false, manner of seeing and engaging with the world that likewise is distinguished not by time, but by its ideology. In an article written in 1983 for the traditionalist journal Studies in Comparative Religion, Professor Nazar put it this way: when we use the term modern, we mean neither contemporary nor up-to-date. Rather, for us, modern means that which is cut off from the transcendent, from the immutable principles which in reality govern all things, and which are made known to man through revelation in its most universal sense. Modernism is thus contrasted with tradition. The latter implies all that which is of divine origin, along with its manifestations and deployments on the human plane, while the former, by contrast, implies all that is merely human and now ever more increasingly subhuman, and all that is divorced and cut off from the divine source. Most especially, therefore, we can see that it is the very timeless quality of these immutable principles of tradition that makes its teaching so timely. For me, the teachings of tradition suggest the presence of a reality that can bring about a reality of integration. And it is this reality that can be contrasted with so much of modernism's obsession with disintegration, disconnection, and deconstruction, that which is sometimes termed the malaise of modernity. Cut off at the root from the transcendent, modernism has become deracinated and has separated itself, and thereby everything that comes within its thrall, from that which integrates, that which enables us to turn towards and reconnect with the divine. In this way, the loss of tradition cuts to the very core of our being, since it conditions that which we can know and be. For modernism, by its unrelenting emphasis on the quantitative view of reality, limits and distorts the true nature of the real and our perception of it. Whilst it has enabled us to know much that has been of huge material benefit, it also prevents us from knowing that which I would like to refer to as the knowledge of the heart, that which enables us to be fully human. This dilemma is captured in ancient notions of balance and harmony, notions that are, for example, expressed in many guises in that wonderful Kabbalistic diagram of the tree of life. As the Temenos fellow Warren Kenton so beautifully explains in his lectures to the students of the Academy, the teaching of the tree of life is that the active and the passive aspects of life, which on their own may lead to imbalance and disharmony, can only be brought together in harmony by the influx into our lives of the divine and the sacred. Whether or not we interpret this image as an explanation of an outer or an inner orientation, it is in this way, and only in this way, that the forces or characteristics of expansion and constraint can be brought into balance. But, of course, in both the inner and outer dimensions of our lives, many of us at present experience the very imbalance and disharmony that this mystical framework, and indeed the teachings of mystics of all times, show to be harmful, or, to use a contemporary term, unsustainable. And this leads me to a final and somewhat troubling matter that lies at the heart of tradition and its critique of modernism. None of us, I imagine, can fail to be conscious of and be concerned about those matters that might together be called the environmental crisis of the 21st century. Indeed, none other than Sir Martin Rees, the Astronomer Royal and President of the Royal Society, in his book Our Final Century, has said that in the 21st century, humanity is more at risk than ever before from the misapplication of science, and the environmental pressures induced by collective human actions could trigger catastrophes more threatening than any natural hazards. Now, for many years, what it's been worth, I've been trying, often in the face of relentless criticism and ridicule, to draw attention to some of the elements of this crisis and to the ways in which they are linked to conventional values. At times, when in optimistic mood, I am encouraged to believe that we can come to our senses in time and change our ways of being before we are obliged to do so by catastrophic circumstances. But I'm afraid that I do not always take this view. Often I find myself convinced of the warnings given not only by Sir Martin Rees, but also, of course, by sages and mystics of all faiths and of all time. Warnings of the coming of a dark age, an age in which our ignorance and arrogance, a dangerous combination surely, will lead us, indeed may already have led us, towards catastrophe. The present examples of pestilence, flood, famine, storm and climatic disruption are surely evidence enough. At the very least, they seem to foretell of conditions of chronic imbalance and disharmony, no doubt as much a part of our inner as our outer condition. In all of this, the practice of modern science more or less ignores the question of what the ultimate goal and purpose of intelligence and knowledge is. Materialist science, it seems, more or less assumes that a continuous and progressive exploratory expansion of knowledge of the physical world will inevitably lead to a desirable end where all but a few of our problems will be solved. I note, however, that it does this in the face of very considerable evidence that science itself provides, that it will not. Indeed, our ignorance in these matters seems to me to be in direct proportion to our obsession with information. More than ever before, we have information from everywhere and about everything, and it is available to us literally at the press of a button. But information, often it would seem for its own sake, is not knowledge, and knowledge is not wisdom. We have no lack of information, but with the loss of the values and principles of which tradition speaks, we lose touch with that perennial wisdom to which this conference is dedicated. And in this I am reminded of those prophetic lines from T.S. Eliot. Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? The cycles of heaven in 20 centuries bring us farther from God and nearer to the dust. So the traditionalist perspective is that we are living at the end of an historical cycle. At the beginning of this cycle, all and every possibility is latent. However, as the cycle evolves or unfolds, these possibilities begin to manifest themselves in the world of time and space, beginning with the highest and gradually moving towards the lower. At the end of the cycle, the very lowest possibilities manifest themselves. The traditionalists tell us that at the cosmic level, this process cannot be withheld or interrupted. It must take place. The cycle, they say, must exhaust itself before a new one can replace it. Now, I know that this might seem to suggest that we are entirely the passive victims of this cosmic unfolding. However, as I understand it, the traditionalists would go on to say that if this were the only reality, then all attempts to pursue and align ourselves with spiritual realities and experience would be in vain. And that cannot possibly be. Indeed, it is precisely on the individual plane and through our understanding of an attachment to traditional norms of metaphysical doctrine and spiritual practice that we can, in a measure, transcend the baleful influence of the descent that is the eventual exhaustion and end of our cycle of history, and prepare ourselves and the world for the beginning of the next. It is in this way, and perhaps only in this way, that we can overcome the mind-numbing despair of modernism, not by false optimism, but by an understanding of and an attachment to the truly real. So I hope that some part of your deliberations at this conference will address these issues and perhaps provide guidance for those of us who do not claim to be scholars. For much of my life has been and remains devoted to finding practical solutions to what at first seem to be impossible difficulties, and sometimes to speak for those whose voices are unheard amidst the clamour of modernism. In this, I recognize that true action is dependent upon constant reflection, the redeeming aspect of the nature of harmony and balance. So, ladies and gentlemen, I pray that your deliberations will help in this task through not only describing the difficulties that we face, but also showing us the ways in which we might seek to make the necessary changes in our lives. Despite not being able to join you in Edmonton, I much look forward to reading the texts of the conference that will be delivered. I hope that you will also find inspiration from them and that they will be widely distributed and discussed, especially beyond those who already subscribe to the teachings of the traditionalists. Whatever our view and whatever our tradition, I am sure that we will have much to learn from your deliberations, and I can only wish you a most harmonious conference. Philip Sherrod was a remarkable man, and although I did not have the pleasure of meeting him during his lifetime, I have been much inspired by his writings, especially all that he has had to say on the subject of the sacred in life and art. I was therefore delighted to hear that the Temenos Academy, of which I have the great pleasure of being patron, was establishing a Sherrod lecture with the generous support of Eileen Guggenheim, who is one of the trustees of my Prince's Foundation in Shoreditch. I was especially pleased to find that the first of these lectures was to be given by Bishop Callistos Ware, who not only knew Philip Sherrod well, and indeed worked with him, but who also speaks with such authority on the great traditions of Christian orthodoxy. I attended the lecture and was, of course, utterly fascinated by all that the bishop had to say. The interview that follows is based upon this lecture and is a record of Bishop Callistos Ware's thoughts on those parts of Philip Sherrod's life with which he was most concerned.
For part of one afternoon, the ruler of Abu Dhabi arranges a private visit for him to the edge of the empty quarter, the real desert.
You've come out of hectically rushing around the new urban Gulf, and you have a moment here in the virtual silence of the empty quarter.
It is rather remarkable, I must say. You don't often come across such total silence. I mean, such silence, you can actually hear the camera running, which you very rarely do. But, no, I mean, the whole problem, I always find, is you, on these sorts of exercises, these trips, you've suddenly flown and bumped out somewhere like this for literally half an hour, and then you turn around and go back again. It's not quite the same thing as being able to come for a little bit longer and absorb the atmosphere. But the shadows are so absolutely wonderful. Of course, this time of the day is better because you get, with the lower sun, you get better shadows.
There are no rulers in tents, but one of the surviving Bedou families is conveniently at hand.
And if you can dip it in the, or if not, استفسر. لا
I never tried
You don't really smell it, you just drink it on. That's the best way. This is just now, they milk it just now. So it's fresh.
Camel's milk, he is told, is famous as an aphrodisiac.
For the job.
Fat lot of use is going to be to me. I thought it was rhino horn that was supposed to be.
Rhino horn?
It's amazing because the bustard is so big, isn't it?
Yes.
I used to do this when I was young.
In
Scotland.
I see.
We do with grouse.
I'll explain it to them.
Yeah. Tell them I used to spend a long time in the early mornings. The most important thing is to try to find ways of understanding each other. I think that the difficulty is the extremists always hold the high ground in these areas if you're not careful. It's so easy to encourage negative forces to be unleashed, I think. I just worry about the future from the point of view of people looking for potential threats, potential enemies.
The royal party arrives in Saudi Arabia late at night on the first leg of a 4-day, 4-country slog. But the prince likes Arabia and is enthralled by the culture of Islam.
I think we've tended to look at the East as being rather primitive and underdeveloped and everything else. And I feel that the time has come to remind people in the West, if they can be reminded, of the important things that we can still learn from the East and from Islam.
King Fahd, the most powerful man in the Gulf, has been so taken by the Oxford speech that he accords the prince an unprecedented honor. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the king leaves his palace to welcome the prince at his guest house.
Because he, his father and grandfather...
After the small talk, the king and the prince discussed Islam at length, in an atmosphere so cordial that the Foreign Office was delighted.
It's been a great asset to the life in London, I can assure you.
The royal yacht is in the Gulf showing the British flag, a flag which the prince believes could be flown to much greater effect.
I've tried in the past to bring all the different parties together, from the Foreign Office, the British Overseas Trade Board, the Department of Trade and Industry and all these sort of characters to work out how we can make a particularly British impact in any country that I visit, because it seems to me it's important to build on any atmosphere or whatever one may create and coordinate the whole approach. But it's very difficult to do it.
Why?
Don't ask me. Ask them. But there are amazing things you can use now, aren't there, to eat up the oil in a biological way. Apparently they did this with that Exxon Valdez. Do you remember the spill in Alaska?
We're a bit worried about that because it is possible that you introduce some sort of a bacteria that is not commensurate with the environment.
Oh, the environment
So we're trying to grow our own bacteria
Really?
and introduce it.
To do with that. Now I heard of
environment.
No, I heard of a British company recently. They sent me who produced these mattresses made of straw.
Now that's
which apparently works brilliantly, and you put it on the sea and it soaks it up.
It doesn't have any side effects.
Apparently not. No, it's wonderful. The only trouble is you've got to get rid of the straw mattress. So they can't do so much.
Think how much service you have done to
I am glad.
saving the architecture.
No, no, just reminding people that there's another
That's the great reminder.
way of looking at things. I tell you, I was such a great admirer of Hassan Fatih.
I'm one of his...
Were you one of his students?
Yes.
No, but see, the man also I think is wonderful is another of his students called Abdul Wahid al-Wakil,
Yes.
who I hope will be, I want him to design the Oxford Islamic Center. He's very elusive.
I saw him in Samarkand
You did?
about 10 days
Did you?
ago.
Oh, that's,
So I'm running around like a...
Between architecture and business, we have perfumery. He's the biggest perfume manufacturer in this country.
Really?
And he's going to donate some too. So
Is he really?
Very nice.
Oh, wonderful. But I rather like that, you call it oil of oud, which is marvelous stuff. I know everything. I know a little bit. And what about, do you get back to the UK occasionally or no?
Yeah, I have to go back this summer.
Came out summer. Did you get any money for your teeth when they came out? Did you? I wish I could remember.
Throughout the Gulf, the prince has been told that his respect for Islam is not reflected in Western attitudes towards Bosnia.
As you know, I mean, they watch the television, so many people now, and they see all these horrors going on in Bosnia. And this is the other thing that came through to me very much, was the extent to which they feel, wrongly I think, that what is happening there with the Muslim ethnic groups in Bosnia is an attempt by European Christianity to drive the Muslims out of Europe. And I don't know how you get through on that question. And all these sort of things seem to build up to a head of steam, don't they?
Does that mean that spiritually and intellectually you find yourself at home, walking between and within all those religions and don't feel tied to the Church of England, the Protestant Church?
Yes, I mean, I feel that there's an enormous amount, once you begin to understand where we are linked in common, that can be immensely helpful. And I'm one of those people who searches. I'm interested in pursuing a path, if I can find it, through the thickets.
But when the prince inherits the crown, he also inherits a symbolic role at the pinnacle of the established church, a role that his approach calls into question. At the coronation, Prince Charles watched his mother enthroned as the supreme governor of the Church of England, defender of the faith. Coronation placed in the Queen a sacred duty to protect the established Church of England over all others.
God crown you with a crown of glory and righteousness, that having a right faith and manifold fruit of good works, you may obtain the crown of an everlasting kingdom by the gift of him whose kingdom endureth forever. Amen.
The title was given to King Henry VIII over 400 years ago, who had happened at that particular time to please the Pope quite enormously. So he was given this title, whereupon shortly after he decided that for some reason or other, it was because he wanted to get divorced, that things were rather different, and the Pope was a damn nuisance because he wouldn't grant him a divorce, which again is one of the reasons why the Church of England developed, which I think is necessary to remember. And so the title then remained, rather because I suspect King Henry VIII liked it. And, well, I personally, you see, would much rather see it as defender of faith, not the faith, because it means just one particular interpretation of the faith, which I think is sometimes something that causes a great deal of problem. It has done for hundreds of years. People have fought each other to the death over these things. It seems to me a peculiar waste of people's energy when we're all actually aiming for the same ultimate goal, I think. So I mean, I would much rather it was seen as defending faith itself, which is so often under so much threat in our day, where, you know, the whole concept of faith or belief in anything beyond this existence, beyond life itself, is considered almost old-fashioned and irrelevant.
So a defender of faith means defender of those who believe in a God in whatever form that you would want to encourage that that capacity and that urge.
Yes, I mean, defender of the divine in existence. The pattern of the divine, which is, I think, in all of us, but which is, because we are human beings, can be expressed in so many different ways. I've always felt the Catholic subjects of the sovereign are equally as important as the Anglican ones or the Protestant ones. Likewise, I think the Islamic subjects or the Hindu subjects or the Zoroastrian subjects of the sovereign are of equal and vital importance.
There is always some culture at hand, but in circumstances that almost make a hell out of what might have been heaven. His hosts have promised that their guest can have a moment to himself inside a Baroque masterpiece. Unfortunately, half Mexico wants to share his privacy.
It's a great pleasure to have you here. You are now in one of the churches that represent our Mexican Baroque.
Yes.
This was formerly occupied by the Jesuits, by a novitiate of the Jesuits,
Was there anybody in charge of this event?
Yes, there was the governor. The point is, what he's completely hijacked it by getting so many people in. It's ruined it.
His own gratification.
Yeah, exactly.
And the rest of the saints, of course, they remain to us the family of Jesus that are around these saints.
We've got to be wheels rolling in 8 minutes. See what you can do.
Pull the arm off.
For the prince, a royal visit involves a trade-off between what his hosts want and what he wants. They want him on show. He wants to see the other Mexico, the one that really agitates him. In 1992, the prince opened his own Institute of Architecture, putting his and other people's money where his mouth had long been.
Pull it back into...
Here, students learn the traditional skills, craftsmanship as well as design, the importance of harmony and precision, the vitality of the vernacular.
You don't need massive depth to get shadow. If you look at the model here...
The Institute is based on what the prince refers to as timeless principles, the spiritual harmony of classical form, the importance of pure observation.
I know that, the great sort of charge that gets leveled against me, is that I've spoilt so many people's, careers and jobs. I mean, it's not true. I never mentioned any of them at all. I just wanted to make the point that I felt, anyway, that we needed to re-examine these issues, and I didn't particularly want to see this country, which I mind about and love greatly, and nor do a lot of other people, disappear under a welter of ugliness. And again, I just want to say one more thing to emphasize, the real basis on which I've tried to express these feelings about architecture, and that is that while I am thoroughly in favor of an avant-garde, generally, what I do not think is sensible in the long run and right is when the avant-garde becomes the establishment. And that is what has happened, I believe. Not only in architectural terms, but in many other areas as well.
Whenever he can, wherever he is, the prince likes to paint. His watercolors, like his personal protection officers, are therefore always with him. On this occasion, he's in Wales, commissioned by the Royal Mail to paint some castles for a set of stamps to celebrate the investiture.
It's got nice shadows on this side. It's sort of a nice shape, I think. At least the sun is roughly in the right place. It'll just be annoying because this evening it'll be wonderful. Probably the light will be just right when I'm sitting in the concert at Monmouth. It is one way of, apart from, the enjoyment of it, it's one way of making a little money for my charities trust, and that's in fact, I actually make quite a lot, fun enough.
In fact, his watercolors now have some cachet, enough to raise over £1 million for his charities.
If I had a bit more time, I might, I think, perhaps be a bit more bold, if you know what I mean. I'm not very adventurous when it comes to painting at the moment. But I come to the conclusion that, with art, and so you've got to learn how to do the basics, and you've got to learn how to actually paint what's there before you can start thinking about painting what may be in your imagination, I would have thought. It's a good discipline, if nothing else. But the trouble is I stopped at school, you see. Did carpentry instead, and then pottery like an idiot. And then I don't know what it was. I think I was desperate to try and find some other way of capturing the landscape and things that I liked, and with a camera. I never found it satisfactory. You take a photograph, but to me it didn't have the same feel. But I felt it here and wanted to express it on paper, but it's terribly difficult because you see it, and then you look at other people's wonderful watercolours like Turner or Copman and all these marvellous people. And you lot, I mean, a lot of people like that, but of course you can't. But I have got a bit better in the last 25, 30 years, I think, which I've been doing it. A bit, anyway, I think.
When Prince Charles paints, he says that he enters another dimension. His passion for nature, his sense of belonging to the natural world, is an integral part of his spiritual identity. He believes in a divine order, but his faith is not conventional. In his search for God, he's explored other beliefs and has found in them the essential truths of his own religion.
All the great prophets, all the great thinkers, those who had achieved a far greater awareness of the aspects of life which lie beneath the surface, all shared the same understanding of the universe, or the nature of God, or the purpose of our existence. And that's why I feel that it's so important to understand the common threads which link us all in one, I think, great and important tapestry.
Not only did they wreck the London skyline in general, they also did their best to lose the Great Dome in a jostling scrum of office buildings, so mediocre that the only way you ever remember them is by the frustration they induce, like a basketball team standing shoulder to shoulder between you and the Mona Lisa. You have, ladies and gentlemen, to give this much to the Luftwaffe. When it knocked down our buildings, it didn't replace them with anything more offensive than rubble. We did that.
Committed to a vision of what Great Britain was and should be. It's all laid out in bricks and mortar in Poundbury, a village of 2,500 people which he created on his land near Dorchester in the south of England. All of his ideas on architectural design, class structure, aesthetics, and ecology are here. And what he sees as the future looks very much like the past, an 18th century village adapted for the 21st.
And that's a convenience store, which I'm very proud of, which everybody said wouldn't work. That's the pub, which again, nobody wanted to touch. But now, of course, the values are going up and up and up.
Yeah, I've been looking around for any signs of the modern and the flimsy. I don't see it. The place is built to last.
Well, that's what I've been trying to encourage people to think about, to break the conventional mold in the way we've been building and designing for the last, well, during the last century, really, has all been part of a throwaway society.
Everything here is constructed of native or recycled materials. Sustainable development, he calls it, that conserves the Earth's resources. Single-family homes are mixed with small apartments so that there are people of all income levels here living side by side in a community with shops and light industry. The narrow, twisty roads discourage automobile traffic, and cars are parked out of sight in landscaped lots.
The whole of the 20th century has always put the car at the center. So by putting the pedestrian first, you create these livable places, I think, with more attraction and interest and character and livability.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness, Chancellor, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Lords, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be able to welcome you all to this very special occasion. The Center for Islamic Studies was established 8 years ago as an associated institution of this university. In the short period, it has enjoyed the dedicated support of friends both within and outside Oxford. With the benefit of the wise guidance of its trustees, the center enjoys the support of an ever-growing circle of friends and well-wishers. the gracious agreement of Your Royal Highness to be a patron of the center has done us great honor. With respect, sir, I submit that it provides an endorsement of the main purpose of the center's existence, that is, the promotion and encouragement of a deeper and more informed understanding of Islam, its culture and civilization, by means of a partnership of learning between the West and the Islamic world. The center is convinced of the worthiness of the same, particularly in the present world situation. There are those in both the West and the Islamic world who would have us believe that conflict is inevitable and that antagonism is more likely than cooperation and coexistence. But let there be no doubt that the fundamental values and eternal laws of Islam are concerned with the achievement of justice, compassion, and toleration in the relationship between peoples, societies, and nations. In the words of the Holy Quran, O mankind, we created you from a single pair of a male and female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know each other, not that you may despise each other. God willing, the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies will be able to help us all to know each other better. For it is only through mutual understanding and respect that we can dispel ignorance, suspicion, and prejudice, which today create so many dangerous attitudes and false perceptions. Chancellor, as a member of this university, it gives me much pleasure and satisfaction that the center is able to pursue this important task in association with this great institution. Such cooperation can benefit from and contribute to the reputation of Oxford scholarship throughout the world. Your Royal Highness, I welcome you most sincerely on the occasion of your first visit to Oxford as patron of the Center for Islamic Studies. Your presence here today and your willingness to speak on the subject of Islam and the West have been anticipated with great interest. With respect, sir, I invite you to address us.
Chancellor, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, I'm becoming rather used to this building now because I've been here on one or two occasions, which I must admit I enjoy enormously, particularly from the point of view that this is such a remarkable building. The only thing that is rather difficult, I find, is speaking in it, because you find either everybody's looking down the back of your neck or you're addressing a lot of people from behind, which is an interesting experience. I've also been to several concerts here, which I must say I've always thought were particularly special, and certainly much easier because you don't actually have to make a speech during a concert. However, I've often felt that it would be far better to get a message across if I could learn to sing or dance or something slightly more exciting than standing here and speaking to you for rather too long, I suspect. However, it is a particular pleasure and indeed an honor for me to be here today and to have this chance of talking to such a distinguished audience, some of whom I can see, I recognize, fortunately. So, ladies and gentlemen, when it was suggested to me, when I first began to consider the subject of this lecture, that I should take comfort from the Arab proverb, "In every head there is some wisdom," I confess that I have few qualifications as a scholar to justify my presence here in this theatre where so many people, much more learned than I,
have preached and generally advanced the sum of human knowledge. I might feel more prepared if I were an offspring of your distinguished university, rather than a product of that technical college of the Fens. And for those of you who don't understand about these things, it's a very distinguished place called Cambridge. Though I hope you will bear in mind the chair of Arabic was established in 17th century Cambridge a full 4 years before your first chair of Arabic at Oxford. Unlike many of you, I am not an expert on Islam, though I am delighted, for reasons which I hope will become clear, to be a patron of the Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies. The Centre has the potential to be an important and exciting vehicle for promoting and improving understanding of the Islamic world in Britain, and one which I hope will earn its place alongside other centres of Islamic study in Oxford, like the Oriental Institute and the Middle East Centre, as an institution of which the university and scholars more widely will become justly proud. Given all the reservations I have about venturing into a complex and controversial field, you may well ask why I am here in this marvellous Wren building to talk to you on the subject of Islam and the West. I asked myself that question too, I can assure you. But the reason is, ladies and gentlemen, that I believe wholeheartedly that the links between these two worlds matter more today than ever before, because the degree of misunderstanding between the Islamic and Western worlds remains dangerously high, and because the need for the two to live and work together in our increasingly interdependent world has never been greater. At the same time, I am only too well aware of the minefields which lie across the path of the inexpert traveller who is bent on exploring this difficult route. Some of what I say will undoubtedly provoke disagreement, criticism, misunderstanding, and, knowing my luck, probably worse. But perhaps when all is said and done, it is worth recalling another Arab proverb: what comes from the lips reaches the ears, what comes from the heart reaches the heart. The depressing fact is that despite the advances in technology and mass communications of the second half of the 20th century, despite mass travel, the intermingling of races, the ever-growing reduction, or so we believe, of the mysteries of our world, misunderstandings between Islam and the West continue. Indeed, they may be growing. As far as the West is concerned, this cannot be because of ignorance. There are 1 billion Muslims worldwide. Many millions of them live in countries of the Commonwealth. 10 million or more live in the West, and around 1 million here in Britain. Our own Islamic community has been growing and flourishing for decades. There are nearly 500 mosques in Britain. Popular interest in Islamic culture in Britain is growing fast. Many of you will recall, and I think some of you took part in perhaps, the wonderful Festival of Islam, which Her Majesty the Queen opened in 1976. Islam is all around us, and yet distrust, even fear, persist. In the post-Cold War world of the 1990s, the prospects of peace should be greater than at any time this century. In the Middle East, the remarkable and encouraging events of recent weeks have created new hope for an end to an issue which has divided the world and been so dramatic a source of violence and hatred. But the dangers have not disappeared. In the Muslim world, we are seeing the unique way of life of the Marsh Arabs of southern Iraq, thousands of years old, being systematically devastated and destroyed. I confess, ladies and gentlemen, that for a whole year I've wanted to find a suitable opportunity to express my despair and outrage at the unmentionable horrors being perpetrated in southern Iraq. To me, the supreme and tragic irony of what has been happening to the Shia population of Iraq, especially in the ancient city and holy shrine of Kerbala, is that after the Western Allies took immense care to avoid bombing such holy places, and I remember begging
General Schwarzkopf, when I met him in Riyadh in December 1990, that was before the actual war began to liberate Kuwait, to do his best to protect such shrines during any conflict. That it was Saddam Hussein himself and his terrifying regime who caused the destruction of some of Islam's holiest sites. And now we have had to witness the deliberate draining of the marshes and the near total destruction of a unique habitat, together with an entire population that has depended upon it since the dawn of human civilization. The international community has been told the draining of the marshes is for agricultural purposes. How many more obscene lies do we have to be told before action is actually taken? Even at the 11th hour, ladies and gentlemen, it is still not too late to prevent a total cataclysm. I pray that this might at least be a cause in which Islam and the West could join forces for the sake of our common humanity. Now, I have highlighted this particular example because it is so avoidable. Elsewhere, the violence and hatred are more intractable and deep-seated, as we go on seeing every day to our horror in the wretched suffering of peoples across the world, in the former Yugoslavia, in Somalia, Angola, Sudan, in so many of the former Soviet republics. In Yugoslavia, the terrible sufferings of the Bosnian Muslims, alongside that of other communities in that cruel war, help keep alive many of the fears and prejudices which our two worlds retain of each other. Conflict, of course, comes about because of the misuse of power and the clash of ideals, not to mention the inflammatory activities of unscrupulous and bigoted leaders. But it also arises, tragically, from an inability to understand and from the powerful emotions which, out of misunderstanding, lead to distrust and fear. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not slide into a new era of danger and division because governments and peoples, communities and religions cannot live together in peace in a shrinking world. It is odd in many ways, I think, that misunderstandings between Islam and the West should persist. For that which binds our two worlds together is so much more powerful than that which divides us. Muslims, Christians, and Jews are all peoples of the book. Islam and Christianity share a common monotheistic vision, a belief in one divine God, in the transience of our earthly life, in our accountability for our actions, and in the assurance of life to come. We share many key values in common: respect for knowledge, for justice, compassion towards the poor and underprivileged, the importance of family life, respect for parents. Honor thy father and thy mother is a Quranic precept too. Our history has been closely bound up together. There, however, is one root of the problem, for much of that history has been one of conflict. 14 centuries too often marked by mutual hostility. That has given rise to an enduring tradition of fear and distrust, because our two worlds have so often seen that past in contradictory ways. To Western school children, the 200 years of the Crusades are traditionally seen as a series of heroic, chivalrous exploits in which the kings, knights, princes, and even children of Europe tried to wrest Jerusalem from the wicked Muslim infidel. To Muslims, the Crusades were an episode of great cruelty and terrible plunder of Western infidel soldiers of fortune and horrific atrocities, perhaps exemplified best by the massacres committed by the Crusaders when, in 1099, they took back Jerusalem, the third holiest city in Islam. For us in the West, 1492 speaks of human endeavor and new horizons, of Columbus and the discovery of the Americas. To Muslims, 1492 is a year of tragedy, the year Granada fell to Ferdinand and Isabella, signifying the end of 8 centuries of Muslim civilization in Europe. The point, I think, is not that one or other picture is more true or has a monopoly of truth. It is that misunderstandings arise when we fail to appreciate how others look at the world, its history, and our respective roles in it. The corollary of how we in the West see our history has so often been to regard Islam as a threat. In medieval times, as a military conqueror, and in more modern times, as a source of intolerance, extremism, and terrorism. One can understand how the taking of Constantinople, when it fell to Sultan Mehmet in 1453, and the close-run defeats of the Turks outside Vienna in 1529 and 1683 should have sent shivers of fear through Europe's rulers. The history of the Balkans under Ottoman rule provided examples of cruelty which sank deep into Western feelings. But the threat has not been one way. With Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798, followed by the invasions and conquests of the 19th century, the pendulum swung, and almost all the Arab world became occupied by the Western powers. With the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Europe's triumph over Islam seemed complete. Those days of conquest are over. But even now, our common attitude to Islam suffers because the way we understand it has been hijacked by the extreme and the superficial. To many of us in the West, Islam is seen in terms of the tragic civil war in Lebanon, killings and bombings perpetrated by extremist groups in the Middle East, and by what is commonly referred to as Islamic fundamentalism. Our judgment of Islam has been grossly distorted by taking the extremes to be the norm. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a serious mistake. It is like judging the quality of life in Britain by the existence of murder and rape, child abuse and drug addiction. The extremes do exist and they must be dealt with, but when used as a basis to judge a society, they lead to distortion and unfairness. For example, people in this country frequently argue that the Sharia law of the Islamic world is cruel, barbaric, and unjust. Our newspapers, above all, love to peddle those unthinking prejudices. The truth is, of course, different and always more complex. My own understanding is that extremes are rarely practiced. The guiding principle and spirit of Islamic law, taken straight from the Quran, should be those of equity and compassion. We need to study its actual application before we make judgments. We must distinguish between systems of justice administered with integrity and systems of justice as we may see them practiced, which have been deformed for political reasons into something no longer Islamic. We must bear in mind the sharp debate taking place in the Islamic world itself about the extent of the universality or timelessness of Sharia law and the degree to which the application of that law is continually changing and evolving. We should also distinguish Islam from the customs of some Islamic states. Another obvious Western prejudice is to judge the position of women in Islamic society by the extreme cases. Yet Islam is not a monolith, and the picture is not simple. Remember, if you will, that Islamic countries like Turkey, Egypt, and Syria gave women the vote as early as Europe did its women, and much earlier than in Switzerland. There you are, that's something you didn't know. In those countries, women have long enjoyed equal pay and the opportunity to play a full working role in their societies. The rights of Muslim women to property and inheritance, to some protection if divorced, and to the conducting of business were rights prescribed by the Quran 1400 years ago, even if they were not everywhere translated into practice. In Britain, at least, some of these rights were novel even to my grandmother's generation. Benazir Bhutto and Begum Khalida Zia became prime ministers in their own traditional societies when Britain had for the first time ever in its history elected a female prime minister. That, I think, does not necessarily smack of a medieval society. Women are not automatically second-class citizens because they live in Islamic countries. We cannot judge the position of women in Islam aright if we take the most conservative Islamic states as representative of the whole. For example, the veiling of women is not at all universal across the Islamic world. Indeed, I was intrigued to learn that the custom of wearing the veil owed much to the Byzantine and Sasanian traditions, nothing to the Prophet of Islam. Some Muslim women never adopted the veil. Others have discarded it. Others, particularly the younger generation, have more recently chosen to wear the veil or the headscarf as a personal statement of their Muslim identity. But we should not confuse the modesty of dress prescribed by the Quran for men as well as women with the outward forms of secular custom or social status which have their origins elsewhere. We in the West need also, I think, to understand the Islamic world's view of us. There is nothing to be gained and much harm to be done, it seems to me, by refusing to comprehend the extent to which many people in the Islamic world genuinely fear our own Western materialism and mass culture as a deadly challenge to their Islamic culture and way of life. Some of us may think the material trappings of Western society, which we have exported to the Islamic world, television, fast food, and the electronic gadgets of our everyday lives, are a modernizing, self-evidently good influence. But we fall into the trap of dreadful arrogance if we confuse modernity in other countries with their becoming more like us. The fact is that our form of materialism can be offensive to devout Muslims, and I do not just mean the extremists among them. We must understand that reaction just as the West's attitude to some of the more rigorous aspects of Islamic life needs to be understood in the Islamic world. This, I believe, would help us to understand what we have commonly come to see as the threat of Islamic fundamentalism. We need to be careful of that emotive label, fundamentalism, and distinguish, as Muslims do, between revivalists who choose to take the practice of their religion most devoutly, and fanatics or extremists who use this devotion for political ends. Among the many religious, social, and political causes of what we might more accurately call the Islamic revival is a powerful feeling of disenchantment, of the realization that Western technology and material things are insufficient, and that a deeper meaning to life lies elsewhere in the essence of Islamic belief. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we must not be tempted to believe that extremism is in some way the hallmark and essence of the Muslim. Extremism is no more the monopoly of Islam than it is the monopoly of other religions, including Christianity. The vast majority of Muslims, though personally pious, are moderate in their politics. Theirs is the religion of the middle way. The Prophet himself always disliked and feared extremism. Perhaps the fear of Islamic revivalism, which colored the 1980s, is now beginning to give way in the West to an understanding of the genuine spiritual forces behind this groundswell. But if we are to understand this important movement, we must learn to distinguish clearly between what the vast majority of Muslims believe and the terrible violence of a small minority among them, like the men in Cairo yesterday, for instance, which civilized people everywhere must condemn. Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, if there is much misunderstanding in the West about the nature of Islam, there is also much ignorance about the debt our own culture and civilization owe to the Islamic world. It is a failure which stems, I think, from the straitjacket of history which we have inherited. The medieval Islamic world, from Central Asia to the shores of the Atlantic, was a world where scholars and men of learning flourished. But because we have tended to see Islam as the enemy of the West, as an alien culture, society, and system of belief, we have tended to ignore or erase its great relevance to our own history. For example, we have underestimated the importance of 800 years of Islamic society and culture in Spain between the 8th and 15th centuries. The contribution of Muslim Spain to the preservation of classical learning during the Dark Ages and to the first flowerings of the Renaissance has long been recognized. But Islamic Spain was much more than a mere larder where Hellenistic knowledge was kept for later consumption by the emerging modern Western world. Not only did Muslim Spain gather and preserve the intellectual content of ancient Greek and Roman civilization, it also interpreted and expanded upon that civilization and made a vital contribution of its own in so many fields of human endeavor, in science, astronomy, mathematics, algebra, itself an Arabic word, law, history, medicine, pharmacology, optics, agriculture, architecture, theology, music. Averroes and Avenzoar, like their counterparts Avicenna and Rhazes in the East, contributed to the study and practice of medicine in ways from which Europe benefited for centuries afterwards. Islam nurtured and preserved the quest for learning. In the words of the tradition, the ink of the scholar is more sacred than the blood of the martyr. Cordoba in the 10th century was by far the most civilized city of Europe. We know of lending libraries in Spain at the time King Alfred was making terrible blunders with the culinary arts in this country. It is said that the 400,000 volumes in its ruler's library amounted to more books than all the libraries of the rest of Europe put together. That was made possible because the Muslim world acquired from China the skill of making paper more than 400 years before the rest of non-Muslim Europe. Many of the traits on which modern Europe prides itself came to it from Muslim Spain. Diplomacy, free trade, open borders, the techniques of academic research, of anthropology, etiquette, fashion, various types of medicine, hospitals, all came from this great city of cities. Medieval Islam was a religion of remarkable tolerance for its time, allowing Jews and Christians the right to practice their inherited beliefs and setting an example which was not, unfortunately, copied for many centuries in the West. The surprise, ladies and gentlemen, is the extent to which Islam has been a part of Europe for so long, first in Spain, then in the Balkans, and the extent to which it has contributed so much towards the civilization which we all too often think of wrongly as entirely Western. Islam is part of our past and our present in all fields of human endeavor. It has helped to create modern Europe. It is part of our own inheritance, not a thing apart. More than this, Islam can teach us today a way of understanding and living in the world which Christianity itself is the poorer for having lost. At the heart of Islam is its preservation of an integral view of the universe. Islam, like Buddhism and Hinduism, refuses to separate man and nature, religion and science, mind and matter, and has preserved a metaphysical and unified view of ourselves and the world around us. At the core of Christianity, there still lies an integral view of the sanctity of the world and a clear sense of the trusteeship and responsibility given to us for our natural surroundings. In the words of that marvelous 17th century poet and hymn writer, George Herbert, a man that looks on glass, on it may stay his eye, or if he pleaseth through it pass, and then the heaven espy. But the West gradually lost this integrated vision of the world with Copernicus and Descartes and the coming of the scientific revolution. It is a sad fact, I believe, that in so many ways the external world we have created in the last few hundred years has come to reflect our own divided and confused inner state. Western civilization has become increasingly acquisitive and exploitative in defiance of our environmental responsibilities. This crucial sense of oneness and trusteeship of the vital, sacramental, and spiritual character of the world about us is surely something important we can relearn from Islam. I'm quite sure, ladies and gentlemen, some will instantly accuse me, as they usually do, of living in the past, of refusing to come to terms with the reality in modern life. On the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm appealing for is a wider, deeper, more careful understanding of our world, for a metaphysical as well as material dimension to our lives, in order to recover the balance we have abandoned, the absence of which, I believe, will prove disastrous in the long term. If the ways of thought found in Islam and other religions can help us in that search, then there are things for us to learn from this system of belief, which I suggest we ignore at our peril. Ladies and gentlemen, we live today in one world forged by instant communications, by television, by the exchange of information on a scale undreamed of by our grandparents. The world economy functions as an interdependent entity. Problems of society, the quality of life, and the environment are global in their causes and effects, and none of us any longer has the luxury of being able to solve them on our own. The Islamic and Western worlds share problems common to us all: how we adapt to change in our societies, how we help young people who feel alienated from their parents or their society's values, how we deal with AIDS, with drugs, and the disintegration of the family. Of course, these problems vary in nature and intensity between societies. The problems of our own inner cities are not identical to those of Cairo or Damascus, but the similarity of human experience is considerable. The international trade in hard drugs is one example. The damage we are collectively doing to our environment is another. We have to solve these threats to our communities and our lives together. Simply getting to know each other can achieve wonders. I remember vividly, for instance, taking a group of Muslims and non-Muslims some years ago to see the work of the Marylebone Health Centre in London, of which I am patron. The enthusiasm and common determination that shared experience generated was immensely heartwarming. Ladies and gentlemen, somehow we have to learn to understand each other and to educate our children, a new generation, whose attitudes and cultural outlook may be different from ours, so that they understand too. We have to show trust, mutual respect, and tolerance if we are to find the common ground between us and work together to find solutions. The community enterprise approach of my own trust and the very successful volunteer scheme it has run for some years show how much can be achieved by a common effort which spans classes, cultures, and religions. The Islamic and Western world can no longer afford to stand apart from a common effort to solve their common problems. One excellent example of our two cultures working together in a common cause is the way in which the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is working with Oxford University to set up a research center into schizophrenia for an organization called SANE, of which I am patron. Nor can we afford to revive the territorial and political confrontations of the past. We have to share experiences, to explain ourselves to each other, to understand and tolerate. I know how difficult these things are, and build on those positive principles which our two cultures have in common. That trade has to be two-way. Each of us needs to understand the importance of conciliation, of reflection. Tadabbur is the word for it, I believe, to open our minds and unlock our hearts to each other. I'm utterly convinced that the Islamic and the Western worlds have much to learn from each other. Just as the oil engineer in the Gulf may be European, so the heart transplant surgeon in Britain may be Egyptian. If this need
for tolerance and exchange is true internationally, it applies with special force within Britain itself. Britain is a multiracial and multicultural society. I've already mentioned the size of our own Muslim communities who live throughout Britain, both in large towns like Bradford and in tiny communities in places as remote as Stornoway in Western Scotland. These people, ladies and gentlemen, are an asset to Britain. They contribute to all parts of our economy, to industry, the public services, the professions, and the private sector. We find them as teachers, as doctors, as engineers, and as scientists. They contribute to our economic well-being as a country and add to the cultural richness of our nation. Of course, tolerance and understanding must be two-way. For those of us who are not Muslim, that may mean respect for the daily practice of the Islamic faith and a decent care to avoid actions which are likely to cause deep offense. For the Muslims in our society, there is the need to respect the history, culture, and way of life of our country, and to balance their vital liberty to be themselves with an appreciation of the importance of integration in our society. Where there are failings of understanding and tolerance, we have a need on our own doorstep for greater reconciliation among our own citizens. I hope we shall all learn to demonstrate this as understanding between these communities grows. Ladies and gentlemen, I can only admire and applaud those men and women of so many denominations who work tirelessly in London, South Wales, the Midlands, and elsewhere to promote good community relations. The Centre for the Study of Islam and Christian-Muslim Relations in Birmingham is one especially notable and successful example. We should be grateful, I believe, for the dedication and example of all those who have devoted themselves to the cause of promoting understanding. Chancellor, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, if in the last half hour or so your eyes have wandered up to the marvellous allegory of truth descending on the arts and sciences in Sir Robert Streeter's ceiling above you, I'm sure you will have noticed ignorance being violently banished from the arena just there in front of the organ casing. I feel some sympathy for ignorance, and I hope I may be permitted to vacate this theatre in a somewhat better condition. But before I go, I cannot put to you strongly enough the importance of the issues which I have tried to touch on so imperfectly this morning. These two worlds, the Islamic and the Western, are at something of a crossroads in their relations. We must not let them stand apart. I do not accept the argument that they are on course to clash in a new era of antagonism. I am utterly convinced that our two worlds have much to offer each other. We have much to do together. I am delighted that the dialogue has begun, both in Britain and elsewhere, but we shall need to work harder to understand each other, to drain out any poison between us, and to lay the ghost of suspicion and fear. The further down that road we can travel, the better the world that we shall create for our children and for future generations.
Your Royal Highness, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I rise very briefly to thank you, sir, for the memorable lecture which you have just delivered. But the briefness of my thanks in no way diminishes their strength. This theatre, to the ceiling of which you directed our attention only a moment or two ago, this theatre, Christopher Wren's first design, has been the scene over its nearly three and a quarter centuries of life, of many notable lectures and orations. was here 129 years ago that Disraeli, in perhaps not the happiest of his scientific references, placed himself firmly on the side of the angels rather than the apes. It is in this theatre, over I think now 101 or 102 years, that the series of Romanes lecturers, beginning with Gladstone, have delivered their, what is the most important of the annual lectures in this university. Your lecture today, sir, stands for force, clarity, sweep, and interest, fully in that tradition. Your words will, I believe, have left a deep impression on all by whom they have been heard, and I thank you most warmly for them.
Your Royal Highness, Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and please be seated. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this lecture by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, to mark the Centre's 25th anniversary. We are most grateful to you, sir, and especially for the great personal effort and determination I know that has been involved in your being here with us today. It is nearly 17 years now that Your Royal Highness visited this same theatre to give your inaugural lecture as patron of the Centre. Your theme then was Islam and the West. You warned of the danger of letting relations between the Western and Islamic worlds deteriorate. Events since then have all too tragically demonstrated that you were right to do so. But you also stressed the potential for peaceful coexistence on the basis of common interests and values. And you urged dialogue and cooperation to build those common interests and values. Encouraged by Your Royal Highness's example, first President Nelson Mandela, then other world leaders followed up with high-profile statements of their own, urging cultural dialogue and other measures to avert conflict. In the intervening years, the Centre has carried on its work of building the personal and institutional connections that sustain goodwill both internationally and locally here in Oxford. We have steadily increased the number of Centre-funded fellowships and scholarships, which have benefited academics from over 50 different countries around the world. Through the Centre's seminar programs and lectureships, the Centre has continued to expand its teaching commitments within the university. And it is now funding new scholarships to support both British and foreign students to pursue degrees at Oxford. Also, we are at last approaching the day when the facilities in the center's new buildings near Magdalen will be ready for use. More space to accommodate the center's growing fellowship and teaching commitments, and its growing library will be most welcome. It will enable the center to realize its full potential at the practical and symbolic levels to establish an enduring partnership between the Western and Islamic traditions of learning. And in doing so, to play a more effective role and a complementary role in the relevant faculties and departments of this university. The lecture on Islam and the West certainly woke people up to the urgency of its theme. I have no doubt, sir, that your lecture today on Islam and the environment will do the same. The near and long-term effects of how we are abusing our natural environment are deeply troubling. We are surely in urgent need of a new perspective, a fresh approach. In the earlier lecture, you balanced dire warnings with a reminder of the positive things we can do to avoid disaster. Today, likewise, I'm sure we will hear of your grave concerns about environmental degradation, irreversible depletion of resources, and the doom that awaits us. But I am hopeful also that as before, you will tell us that we can still do something about it. Remind us of the resources we still have to go about the urgent tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales.
Vice-Chancellor, Your Royal Highnesses, Director, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very great pleasure for me to be here today to help you celebrate the Oxford Centre's 25th anniversary. Whereas bits of your patron are dropping off after the past quarter of a century, I find quite a few bits of the centre still being added. However, I cannot tell you how encouraged I am that in addition to the Prince of Wales Fellowship, the number of fellowships you now offer continues to grow, and also that this summer you will welcome the 5th group of young people on your Young Muslim Leadership Programme, which is run in association with my charities. This is a vital contribution to the process of boosting the self-esteem of young Muslims, about whom I care deeply. It has been a great concern of mine to affirm and encourage those groups and faith communities that are in the minority in this country. Indeed, over the last 25 years, I have tried to find as many ways as possible to help integrate them into British society and to build good relationships between our faith communities. I happen to believe this is best achieved by emphasizing unity through diversity. Only in this way can we ensure fairness and build mutual respect in our country. And if we get it right here, then perhaps we might be able to offer an example in the wider world. Now, I'm slightly alarmed that it is now 17 years since I came here to the Sheldonian to deliver a lecture for the Centre that tried to do just this. I called it Islam and the West, and from what I can tell, it clearly struck a chord, not just here in the United Kingdom, I'm still reminded of what I said, particularly when I travel in the Islamic world. In fact, because it was printed, believe it or not, it is the only speech I have ever made which continues to produce a small return. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to give that lecture to address the dangers of the ignorance and misunderstanding that I felt were growing between the Islamic world and the West in the aftermath of the Cold War. Since then, the situation has both improved and worsened, depending on where you look. Certainly, the sorts of advances made by the Oxford Centre have helped to build confidence and understanding, but we all know only too well how some of the things I warned of in that lecture have since come to pass, both here and elsewhere in the world. So it is tremendously important that we continue to work to heal the differences and overcome the misconceptions that still exist. I remain confident that this is possible because there are many values we all share that have the powerful capacity to bind us, rather than what happens when those values are forgotten or purposefully ignored. Healing division is also my theme today, but this time it is not the divisions between cultures I want to explore. It is the division that poses a much more fundamental threat to the health and well-being of us all. It is the widening division we are seeing in so many ways between humanity and nature. Many of nature's vital life support systems are now struggling to cope under the strain of global industrialization. How they will manage if millions more people are to achieve Western levels of consumption is highly disturbing to contemplate. The problems are only going to get much worse, and they are very real. Whatever you might have read in the newspapers, particularly about climate change in the run-up to the Copenhagen conference last year, we face many related and very serious problems that are a matter of accurate scientific record. The actual facts are that over the last half-century, for instance, we have destroyed at least 30% of the world's tropical rainforests, and if we continue to chop them down at the present rate, by 2050 we will end up with a very disturbing situation. In fact, in the 3 years since I started my rainforest project to try and help find an innovative solution to tropical deforestation, over 30 million hectares have been lost. And with them, this planet has lost about 80,000 species. When you consider that a given area of equatorial trees evaporates 8 times as much rainwater as an equivalent patch of ocean, you quickly start to see how their disappearance will affect the productivity of the Earth. They produce billions of tons of water every day, and without that rainfall, the world's food security will become very unstable. But there are other facts too. In the last 50 years, our industrialized approach to farming has degraded a third of the Earth's topsoil. That is a fact. We have also fished the oceans so extensively that if we continue at the same rate for much longer, we are likely to see the collapse of global fisheries in 40 years from now. Another fact. Then there are the colossal amounts of waste that pollute the Earth, the many dead zones where nothing could live in many major river estuaries and various parts of the oceans, or those immense rafts of plastic that now float about in the sea in the Pacific. Would you believe that one of them, off the coast of California, is made up of 100 million tons of plastic, and it has doubled in size in just the last decade. It is now at least 6 times the size of the United Kingdom, and we call ourselves civilized. Now, these are all very real problems, and they are facts, all of them, the obvious results of the comprehensive industrialization of life. But what is less obvious is the attitude and general outlook which perpetuate this dangerously destructive approach. It is an approach that acts contrary to the teachings of each and every one of the world's sacred traditions, including Islam. What surprises me, I have to say, is that, quite apart from whether or not we value the sacred traditions as much as we should, the blunt economic facts make the predominant approach increasingly irrational. I mean, I imagine that few of you are familiar with the interim report of the United Nations study called the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity Study, which came out in 2008. It painted a salutary picture of what we lose in straightforward financial terms by our destruction of natural systems and the absence of their services to the world. In the first place, they calculated that we destroy around $50 billion worth of a system that produces these services every year. By mapping the loss of these services over a 40-year period, their estimate is that in financial terms, the global economy incurs an annual loss of between $2 and $4.5 trillion every single year. Now, to put that figure into some sort of perspective, the recent crash in the world's banking system caused a one-off loss of just $2 trillion. So I wonder why the bigger annual loss does not attract the same kind of media frenzy as the banking crisis did. This should demonstrate the flaw in the sum that does not need an Oxbridge mathematician to understand, that nature's finite resources, divided by our ever more rapacious desire for continuous economic growth, does not work out. We are clearly living beyond our means, already consuming the Earth's capital resources faster than she can replenish them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over the years, I've pointed out again and again that our environmental problems cannot be solved simply by applying yet more and more of our brilliant green technology, important though it is. It is no good just fixing the pump and not the well. And when I say this, everybody nods sagely, but I get the impression that many are often unwilling to embrace what I'm really referring to, perhaps because the missing element sits outside the parameters of the prevailing secular view. It is this missing element that I would like to examine today. In short, when we hear talk of an environmental crisis or even of a financial crisis, I would suggest that this is actually describing the outward consequences of a deep inner crisis of the soul. It is a crisis in our relationship with and our perception of nature. And it is born of Western culture being dominated for at least 200 years by a mechanistic and reductionist approach to our scientific understanding of the world around us. So I would like you to consider very seriously today whether a big part of the solution to all of our worldwide crises does not lie simply in more and better technology, but in the recovery of the soul to the mainstream of our thinking. Our science and technology cannot do this. Only sacred traditions have the capacity to help this happen. In general, we live within a culture that does not believe very much in the soul anymore. Or if it does, won't admit to it publicly for fear of being thought old-fashioned, out of step with modern imperatives, or anti-scientific. The empirical view of the world, which measures it and tests it, has become the only view to believe. A purely mechanistic approach to problems has somehow assumed a position of great authority, and this has encouraged the widespread secularization of society that we see today. This is despite the fact that those men of science who founded institutions like the Royal Society were also men of deep faith. It is also despite the fact that a great many of our scientists today profess a faith in God. And I'm aware of one recent survey that suggests over 70% of scientists do so. But I must say, I find this rather baffling. If this is so, why is it that their sense of the sacred has so little bearing on the way science is employed to exploit the natural world in so many damaging ways? I suppose it must be to do with who pays the fiddler. Over the last 2 centuries, science has become ever more firmly yoked to the ambitions of commerce. Because there are such big economic benefits from such a union, society has been persuaded that there is nothing wrong here. And so a great deal of empirical research is now driven by the imperative that its findings must be employed to maximum financial effect, whatever the impact this may have on the Earth's long-term capacity to endure. This imbalance, where mechanistic thinking is so predominant, goes back at least to Galileo's assertion that there is nothing in nature but quantity and motion. This is the view that continues to frame the general perception of the way the world works and how we fit within the scheme of things. As a result, nature has been completely objectified. She has become an it, and we are persuaded to concentrate on the material aspect of reality that fits within Galileo's scheme. Understanding the world from a mechanical point of view and then employing that knowledge has, of course, always been part of the development of human civilization. But as our technology has become ever more sophisticated and our industrialized methods so much more powerful, so the level of destruction is now potentially all the more widespread and uncontainable, especially if you add into this mix the emphasis we have on consumerism. It was that great scientist, Goethe, who saw life as the masculine principle, striving endlessly to reach the eternal feminine, what the Greeks called Sophia, or wisdom. It is a striving, he said, fired by the force of love. I'm not sure that this is quite the way things happen today. Our striving in the industrialized world is certainly not fired by a love of wisdom. It is far more focused on the desire for the greatest possible financial profit. This, ladies and gentlemen, ignores the spiritual teachings of traditions like Islam, which recognize that it is not our animal needs that are absolute, it is our spiritual essence, an essence made for the infinite. But with consumerism now such a key element in our economic model, our natural spiritual desire for the infinite is constantly being reflected towards the finite. Our spiritual perspective has been flattened and made earthbound, and we are persuaded to channel all of our natural, never-ending desire for what Islamic poets call the beloved towards nothing but more and more material commodities. Unfortunately, we forget that our spiritual desire can never be completely satisfied. It is rightly a never-ending desire. But when that desire is focused only on the earthly, it becomes potentially disastrous. The hunger for yet more and more things creates an alarming vacuum, and as we are now realizing, this does great harm to the earth and creates a never-ending unhappiness for many, many people. Well, I hope you can just begin to see my point. The utter dominance of the mechanistic approach of science over everything else, including religion, has de-souled the dominant worldview, and that includes our perception of nature. As soul is elbowed out of the picture, our deeper link with the natural world is severed. Our sense of the spiritual relationship between humanity, the earth, and her great diversity of life has become dim. The entire emphasis is all on the mechanical process of increasing growth in the economy, of making every process more efficient and achieving as much convenience as possible, none of which could be said to be an ambition of God. And so, unfashionable though it is to suggest it, I am keen to stress here the need to heal this divide within ourselves. How else can we heal the divide between East and West unless we reconcile the East and West within ourselves? Everything in nature is a paradox and seems to carry within itself the paradox of opposites. Curiously, this maintains the essential balance. Only human beings seem to introduce imbalance. The task is surely to reconnect ourselves with the wisdom found in nature, which is stressed by each of the sacred traditions in their own way. My understanding of Islam is that it warns that to deny the reality of our inner being leads to an inner darkness which can quickly extend outwards into the world of nature. If we ignore the calling of the soul, then we destroy nature. To understand this, we have to remember that we are nature, not inanimate objects like stones. We reflect the universal patterns of nature. And in this way, we are not a part that can somehow disengage itself and take a purely objective view. Now, from what I know of the Quran, again and again, it describes the natural world as the handiwork of a unitary benevolent power. It very explicitly describes nature as possessing an intelligibility, and that there is no separation between man and nature, precisely because there is no separation between the natural world and God. It offers a completely integrated view of the universe where religion and science, mind and matter, are all part of one living conscious whole. We are, therefore, finite beings contained by an infinitude, and each of us is a microcosm of the whole. This suggests to me that nature is a knowing partner, never a mindless slave to humanity, and we are her tenants, God's guests for all too short a time. If I may just quote the Quran, have you considered if your water were to disappear into the earth, who then could bring you gushing water? This is the divine hospitality that offers us our provisions and our dwelling places, our clothing, tools, and transport. The earth is robust and prolific, but also delicate, subtle, complex, and diverse, and so our mark must always be gentle, or the water will disappear, as it is doing in places like the Punjab in India. Industrialized farming methods there rely upon the use of high-yielding seeds and chemical fertilizers, both of which need a lot more energy and a lot more water as well. And as a consequence, the water table has dropped dramatically. I've been there, I've seen it. So far by 3 feet a year. Punjabi farmers are now having to dig expensive boreholes over 200 feet deep to get at what remains of the water, and as a result, their debts become ever deeper, and the salt rises to the surface, contaminating the soil. Well, this is not a sustainable way of growing food and maintaining the well-being of communities. It does not respect divine hospitality. The cost it incurs will have to be borne by those who will inherit what is fast becoming the ruined and frayed fabric of life. So for their sake, we have to acknowledge that the immediate short-term financial benefits of our predominant mechanistic approach are too expensive to continue to dominate our way of life. This, ladies and gentlemen, happens when traditional principles and practices are abandoned, and with them all sense of reverence for the earth, which is an inseparable element in an integrated and spiritually grounded tradition like Islam, just as it once was firmly embedded in the philosophical heritage of Western thought. The Stoics of ancient Greece, for instance, held that right knowledge, as they called it, is gained by living in agreement with nature, where there is a correspondence or a sympathy between the truth of things, thought, and action. They saw it as our duty to achieve an attunement between human nature and the greater scheme of the cosmos. This, incidentally, is also the teaching of Judaism. The book of Genesis says that God placed mankind in the garden to tend it and take care of it, to serve and conserve it for the sake of future generations. Adamah in Hebrew means the one hewn from the earth, So Adam is a child of the earth. In my own tradition of Christianity, the immanence of God is made explicit by the incarnation of Christ. But let us also not forget that throughout the Christian New Testament, Christ often refers to himself as the Son of Man, which in Hebrew is Ben Adam. He too is a son of the earth, surely making the same explicit connection between human nature and the whole of nature. Even the apocryphal Gnostic texts are imbued with the same principle. The fragments of one of the oldest, ascribed to Mary Magdalene, instructs us that attachment to matter gives rise to passion against nature. Thus, trouble arises in the whole body. This is why I tell you, be in harmony. In all cases, the message is clear. Our specific purpose is to earth heaven. So to separate ourselves within an inner darkness leads to what the Irish poet W.B. Yeats warned of at the start of the 20th century. The falcon cannot hear the falconer, he wrote. Things fall apart and the center cannot hold. The traditional way of life within Islam is very clear about the center that holds the relationship together. From what I know of its core teachings and commentaries, the important principle we must keep in mind is that there are limits to the abundance of nature. These are not arbitrary limits. They are the limits imposed by God, and as such, if my understanding of the Quran is correct, Muslims are commanded not to transgress them. Such instruction is hard to square if all you do is found your understanding of the world on empirical terms alone. 400 years of relying on trying and testing the facts scientifically has established the view that spirituality and religious faith are outdated expressions of superstitious belief. After all, empiricism has proved how the world fits together, and it is nothing to do with a supreme being. There is no empirical evidence for the existence of God, so, therefore, QED, God does not exist. It is a very reasonable, rational argument, and I presume it can be applied to thought, too. After all, no brain scanner has ever managed to photograph a thought nor a piece of love, and it never will. So QED, that must mean thought and love do not exist either. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, there is a point beyond which empiricism cannot make complete sense of the world. It works by establishing facts through testing them by the scientific process. It is one kind of language, and a very fine one, but it is a language not able to fathom experiences like faith or the meaning of things. It is not able to articulate matters of the soul. This is why it consistently elbows soul out of the picture. But we do have other kinds of language, as Islam well knows, and they are much better at dealing with the realm of the soul and matters of meaning. Each is a different aspect of our language, in fact. Each deals with different aspects of the truth. And if you put empiricism, philosophy, and the spiritual perception of life together, just as the Islamic tradition at its best and richest has always done, then they tend to complement each other rather well. Take the difference this made in the 9th and 10th centuries. As an example, during the so-called Golden Age of Islam, it was a period that gave rise to a spectacular flowering of scientific advancement, but all of it was underpinned by an age-old philosophical understanding of reality and grounded in a profound spirituality, which included a deep reverence for the natural world. Theirs was an integrated vision of the world, reflecting the timeless truth that all life is rooted in the unity of the Creator. This is the testimony of faith, is it not, embodied in the contemplative implication of the formless essence of the Quran's Hakika. It is the notion of Tawheed, the oneness of all things within the embrace of the divine unity. Islamic writers express it so well. Ibn Khaldun, for instance, who taught that all creatures are subject to a regular and orderly system. Causes are linked to effects where each is connected with the other. Or the great Shabistari in 14th century Persia, who talked of the world being a mirror from head to foot, in every atom 100 blazing suns, where a world dwells in the heart of a millet seed. Words that resonate, don't you think, with William Blake's famous lines, to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower. Other Western poets have captured this truth too. William Wordsworth, perhaps one of the greatest of all our nature poets, describes a sense sublime of something far more interfused, a motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of thought, and rolls through all things. I only quote the poets because they help us identify this sense sublime and inspire reverence for the created world. Reverence is not science-based knowledge. It is an experience always mediated by love, sometimes induced by it. And love comes from relationship. If you take away reverence and reduce our spiritual relationship with life, then you open yourself up to the idea that we can be little more than a chance group of isolated, self-obsessed individuals, disconnected from life's innate presence and unanchored by any sense of duty to the rest of the world. We are free to act without responsibility. Thus we turn a blind eye to those islands of plastic in the sea or to the treatment meted out to animals in factory farms. And it is why the so-called precautionary principle is so often thrown out of the window. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the principle that would make us think twice if, say, we were to climb into a vehicle that happens to have a 90% chance of crashing. Instead, because the danger is not proven beyond doubt, we think it is safe to embark upon the journey. This is how we proceed in many significant fields, in matters like genetic modification or climate change. We go on denying that there may be side effects, even if our intuition warns us to be cautious, or even if there is some related evidence. Recently, for instance, the news emerged that for the fourth year in a row, more than a third of honeybee colonies in the United States failed to survive the winter. More than 3 million colonies in the United States and billions of honeybees worldwide have died. Scientists say they are no nearer to knowing what is causing this catastrophic collapse. But there is plenty of evidence that modern pesticides have played their part. Given that bees, like nearly every other bug, are insects, I would have thought it was rather obvious. And yet we carry on with a narrow-minded, mechanistic approach to industrialized farming, with all its focus on high yields at whatever price. So we lace the fields with pesticides that kill insects. It is quite bizarre how we continue to entrust our food security to the very substances that are destroying the harmonic cycle which produces our food. It really is a form of collective hubris, and I often wonder if those who practice such well-exercised skepticism in these matters will ever see that the emperor is wearing no clothes. This, then, is why the wisdom and learning offered by a sacred tradition like Islam matters. And if I may say so, why those who hold and strive to preserve their sacred traditions in different parts of the world have every reason to become more confident of their ground. The Islamic world is the custodian of one of the greatest treasuries of accumulated wisdom and spiritual knowledge available to humanity. It is both Islam's noble heritage and a priceless gift to the rest of the world. And yet, so often, that wisdom is now obscured by the dominant drive towards Western materialism, the feeling that to be truly modern, you have to ape the West.
To counter that tendency, I've done what I can with my School of Traditional Arts to nurture and support traditional and sacred craft skills, not least those of Islam, because they keep alive a perspective that we sorely need, even though short-term fashion deems them to be irrelevant. The geometry and patterning that is taught at the school is the basis of the many crafts that have been all but abandoned in many parts of the world, including the Islamic world. It is a tragedy of monumental proportions that they are being forgotten because they reflect the spiritual mathematics found everywhere in nature. As Islam teaches very specifically, it is a patterning that reflects the very ground of our being. It is the divine imagination, so to speak, the ineffable presence that is the sacred breath of life. As the 17th century mystic Ibn Ashir puts it, by the practice of these arts, you see the one who manifests in the form, not the form by itself. For many in the modern world, this is hard to understand because the view of God has become so distorted. God is seen as being somehow outside his creation rather than part of its unfolding, what the Welsh poet Dylan Thomas called the force that through the green fuse drives the flower. Being the principle that underlines the cosmos is the result of God knowing it and of it knowing the uncreated God. Notice the emphasis there on uncreated. It is of profound importance. The basis of all existence is in this relationship. I suspect the reason why this is such an unfashionable view is that the deep-seated experience of participation in the living, creative presence of God is offered to us in all traditions, not by empiricism, but by revelation. This is a rare and precious gift, and only given to those whose supreme humanity and capacity for great humility achieves a mastery over the ego. It comes at the moment when the knower and the known become one. The moment when the mind of man comes into union with the mind of God. This, of course, is not deemed possible from an empirical point of view, but revelation is a very different kind of knowing from scientific evidence-based knowledge, and I cannot stress the point strongly enough. By dismissing such a process and discarding what it offers to humankind, we throw away a very important lifeline for the future. But I must say, ladies and gentlemen, once you do blend the different languages, the empirical and the spiritual, together, as I am suggesting, and as I have been trying to say for so long, then you do begin to wonder why the skeptics think the desire to work in harmony with nature is so unscientific. Why is it deemed so worthwhile to abandon our true relationship with the beingness of all things, to limit ourselves to the science of manipulation, rather than immerse ourselves in the wider science of understanding? They seem such spurious arguments because, as Islam clearly understands, it is actually impossible to divorce human beings from nature's patterns and processes. The Quran is considered to be the last revelation, but it clearly acknowledges which book is the first. That book is the great book of creation, of nature herself, which has been taken too much for granted in our modern world and needs to be restored to its original position. So, ladies and gentlemen, with all this in mind, I would like, if I may, just to set you a challenge that I hope will be conveyed beyond this audience today. It is the challenge to mobilize Islamic scholars, poets, and artists, as well as those craftsmen, engineers, and scientists who work with and within the Islamic tradition, to identify the general ideas, the teachings, and the practical techniques within the tradition, which encourage us to work with the grain of nature rather than against it. I would urge you to consider whether we can learn anything from the Islamic culture's profound understanding of the natural world to help us all in the fearsome challenges we face. Are there, for instance, any that could help preserve our
precious marine ecosystems and fisheries? Are there any traditional methods of avoiding damage to all of nature's systems that revive the principle of sustainability within Islam? To give you an idea of what I mean, let me just offer a few examples drawn from the work done by my School of Traditional Arts, where project workers have shown that reintroducing traditional craft skills brings a coherence to people's daily lives, perhaps because they fuse the spiritual with the practical. Since I founded it, the school has helped restore these skills in places as far afield as Jordan and Nigeria. It also helps to build bridges within communities in this country, which have suffered the worst fractures. In Burnley, in Lancashire, for instance, project workers have been teaching children from many backgrounds an integrated view of the world using the patterns of Islamic sacred geometry. This has not just inspired the imagination of the children taking part, but their teachers as well. They tell me they've discovered a much more integrated approach to education, where maths and art are not alien to one another, but are seen as two sides of the same coin and directly rooted in nature's patterns and processes. In Afghanistan, I've only recently managed to see the work being done under the umbrella of what we have called the Turquoise Mountain Foundation, an initiative I launched some 4 years ago, which is running similar education programs and craft training courses. It is also helping with the urban regeneration of the old historic quarter of the city by guiding people to start businesses using the craft skills they have learned. For example, in the building of schools, people are being shown how to use mud bricks, which are a quarter of the price of the concrete blocks used by other agencies. They are also resistant to earthquakes, whereas concrete is not always. And they cope much better with extremes of temperature. Mud brick buildings are cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. What is more, they use local labor and local natural materials. So these schools are a good example of how traditional wisdom blends with modern needs. After all, you can still use computers and other modern technology in a mud brick building. And more comfortably too, given it is more suited to local conditions. When I did finally manage to reach Kabul earlier this year, after several years of trying, what I saw was truly remarkable. It proved to me that teaching and employing traditional crafts is an effective way of reintroducing the kinds of techniques that are benign to the natural environment. They are also capable of restoring a cultural balance in people's minds. By encouraging a wider celebration of the traditional ancient culture of Afghanistan, these skills help in a very practical way to counteract the oppressive effects of extremism in all its forms, both religious and secular. This is how traditional wisdom works. It is not a theory or a science written down. Its wisdom is discovered through practice and in action. These, ladies and gentlemen, are schemes that are close to my heart, but the Oxford Centre keeps me informed of many others. Working in Muslim countries, the World Wildlife Fund has found that trying to convey the importance of conservation is much easier if it is transmitted by religious leaders whose reference is Quranic teaching. In Zanzibar, they had little success trying to reduce spearfishing and the use of dragnets, which were destroying the coral reefs. But when the guidance came from the Quran, there was a notable change in behavior. Or in Indonesia and in Malaysia, where former poachers are being deterred in the same way from destroying the last remaining tigers. And it is not just such interventions that are important. It is mystifying, for instance, that the modern world completely ignores the time-honored feats of engineering in the ancient world. The qanats of Iran, for example, that still provide water for thousands of people in what would otherwise be desert conditions. These underground canals, as you know, I'm sure, unbelievably 170,000 miles of them, keep the water from the mountains, moving down the tunnels using gravity alone. And the water in every village is then kept fresh by the way the storage towers keep the air flowing freely, moved by the wind. In Spain, the irrigation systems constructed 1,200 years ago
also still work perfectly, as does the way in which the water is managed by the local population, a way of operating devised before the Muslim rule in Spain disintegrated. The same sorts of Islamic management schemes operate in other parts of the world too, like the Himna zones in Saudi Arabia, which set aside land for use as pasture. These are all examples of how prophetic teaching, in this case framed by the guidance of the Quran, maintains a long-term view of things and keeps the danger of a self-interested form of short-term economics at bay. Now, I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, that if an organization like the Oxford Centre could help to establish a global forum on Islam and the environment, many more very practical, traditional approaches like these could become more widely applied. They may range from science and technology to agriculture, healthcare, architecture, and education. Think what could be achieved if mothers and fathers, the teachers in madrasas and imams, all sought to demonstrate to children how to translate Islamic teachings into practical action, how to blend traditional knowledge and awareness of nature's needs with the best of what we know now. This is certainly something I feel we have to do in the one final issue I have to mention as I close. Perhaps a few facts and figures might demonstrate why. When I was born in 1948, a city like Lagos in Nigeria had a population of just 300,000. Today, just over 60 years later, it is home to 20 million. 35,000 people live in every square mile of the city, and its population increases by another 600,000 every year. I choose Lagos as an example. I could have chosen Mumbai, Cairo, or Mexico City. Wherever you look, the world's population is increasing fast. It goes up by the equivalent of the entire population of the United Kingdom every year, which means that this poor planet of ours, which already struggles to sustain 6.8 billion people, will somehow have to support over 9 billion people within 50 years. In the Arab world, 60% of the population is now under the age of 30. That will mean, in some way or other, 100 million new jobs will have to be created in that region alone over the next 10 to 15 years. Now, I'm well aware that the very long-term prediction is that population may go down. 150 years from now, the trends suggest there may be as few as 4 billion people, maybe even just 2 billion. But there is no getting away from the fact that in the short term, in the next 50 years, we face monumental problems as the figures rocket. No megacity can ever hope to catch up with the present expansion in their numbers to provide adequate healthcare, education, transport, food, and shelter for so many. Nor can the earth herself sustain us all when the demands and pressures on her bounty worldwide are becoming so intense. Now, I know it is a complicated issue. The experts suggest that in theory, the earth could support 9 billion people, but not if a vast proportion is consuming the world's resources at present Western levels. So the changes have to be essentially twofold. It would certainly help if the acceleration slowed down, but it would also help if the world reduced its desire to consume. Now, I've been following very carefully the findings of my British Asian Trust in India, which has been helping to run a women's education project in a drought-prone region of Maharashtra called Satara. They have noticed that a real difference can be made when women are able to become more involved in the running of the community. This is also the experience in Bangladesh. And I've long been fascinated by Muhammad Yunus's Grameen Bank of Bangladesh. It operates microcredit schemes that offer loans to the poorest communities through a bank which is now 90% owned by the rural poor. Interestingly, where the loans are managed by the women of the community, the birth rate has gone down. The impact of these sorts of schemes of education and the provision of family planning services has been widespread. Whereas in the 1980s, the average family in Bangladesh had 6 children, now the average figure is 3. But with megacities growing as they are, I fear there is little chance these sorts of schemes can help the plight of many millions of people
unless we all face up to the fact more honestly than we do that one of the biggest causes of high birth rates remains cultural. It raises some very difficult moral questions, I know, but do we not, each one of us, carry the same responsibility towards the earth? It is surely time to ask if we can come to a view that balances the traditional attitude of the sacred nature of life, on the one hand, with, on the other, those teachings within each of the sacred traditions that urge humankind to keep within the limits of nature's benevolence and bounty. Ladies and gentlemen, you have endured all this with patience and fortitude. Some people longing to answer their telephones. You have also given a very good impression of listening to my own personal thoughts on the perspective opened up by Islamic teaching. I've wanted to convey them to you because it always moves me to be reminded that from the perspective of traditional Islamic teaching, the destruction of the earth is represented as the destruction of a prayerful being. Whichever faith tradition we come from, the fact at the heart of the matter is the same. Our inheritance from our Creator is at stake. It will be no good at the end of the day, as we sit amidst the wreckage, trying to console ourselves, that it was all done for the best possible reasons of development and the betterment of mankind. The inconvenient truth is that we share this planet with the rest of creation for a very good reason, and that is we cannot exist on our own without the intricately balanced web of life around us. Islam has always taught this, and to ignore that lesson is to default on our contract with creation. The modernist ideology that has dominated the Western outlook for a century implies that tradition is backward-looking. What I've tried to explain today is that this is far from true. Tradition is the accumulation of the knowledge and wisdom that we should be offering to the next generation. It is therefore visionary. It looks forward. Turning to the traditional teachings like those found in Islam that define our relationship with the natural world does not mean locking us into some sort of cultural and technological immobility. As the English writer G.K. Chesterton put it, real development is not leaving things behind as on a road, but drawing life from them as a route. And I would also remind you, if I may, of the words of Oxford's very own C.S. Lewis, who pointed out that sometimes you do have to turn the clock back if it is telling the wrong time. That there is nothing progressive about being stubborn and refusing to acknowledge that we've taken the wrong road. If we realize that we are traveling in the wrong direction, the only sensible thing to do is to admit it and retrace our steps back to where we first went wrong. As Lewis put it, going back can sometimes be the quickest way forward. It is the most progressive thing we could do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all of the mounting evidence is telling us that we are indeed on the wrong road. So you might think it would be wise to draw on the timeless guidance that comes from our intuitive sense of the origin of all things to which we are rooted. Nature's rhythms, her cycles, and her processes are our guides to this uncreated originating voice. They are our greatest teachers because they are expressions of divine unity, which is why there is a profound truth in that seemingly simple old saying of the nomads, that the best of all mosques is nature herself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Your Royal Highness, it is a great honor to have been asked by Dr. Nizami to preside at your lecture and to give the vote of thanks. You have given a most stimulating lecture on the environmental issues that face the whole of humanity, and given it from the perspective of Islam and its interactions with the subject. Sir, it has been an enormous pleasure, too, to have been able to welcome you back to the University of Oxford to lecture on this subject. This is a follow-up, sadly, after a period of almost 20 years, to your earlier lecture given in this theatre on the subject of Islam and the West. On that occasion, it was the former Chancellor, Lord Jenkins of Hillhead, who had the honour of welcoming you to the university. And I count myself as fortunate indeed that your return should fall within my watch as Vice-Chancellor. Your Royal Highness, you will of course be aware, as patron of the Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies, which is a recognised independent centre of the university, you will be aware of the contribution that the centre makes to the teaching and research activity of our colleges and our faculties. The centre's director and fellows are deeply embedded within the fabric of the university and make a vibrant contribution to its academic and intellectual life. It draws scholars and other visiting fellows from around the world, and in its international reach, it also mirrors the international nature of the University of Oxford itself. This is a university of many nationalities, particularly so in its teaching and research staff and in its postgraduate students. It is a university of many and diverse faiths and is proud of its contribution towards interfaith dialogue and understanding. It is a university of great international reach, with collections from India, China, and the Middle East, some dating back hundreds of years. It is a university that, through the publishing activities of the Oxford University Press, has representation in over 50 countries throughout the world. It is a university that undertakes research across the globe and that has almost 60,000 alumni in almost 200 countries outside of the United Kingdom. So, sir, it is most fitting that the location for your topic today, for the topic of your lecture today, should be the University of Oxford. For the problems that are posed by environmental issues and climate change are not, of course, confined to the UK. They are global problems that need a global solution. And here too, this university is well equipped. Through its centres within the School of Geography and the Environment, through the work of the Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment, and through the barrier-breaking work of the James Martin 21st Century School, we are well equipped to contribute to the research and the debate on the future of the planet, and of course, to the future of its inhabitants. Your Royal Highness, you have the gratitude of the Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies, of the University of Oxford, and of the audience gathered here this afternoon. Thank you so much for your illuminating lecture on the interaction and the relationship between Islam and the environment. It has been, if I may say so, a long overdue sequel to your earlier lecture. I hope that you will be able to return on a rather shorter timescale. And let me finish by saying, from one Cambridge graduate to another, that you will always be welcome in Oxford. And so, ladies and gentlemen, would you join me again in thanking His Royal Highness for his most excellent lecture. Thank you.
If you'd like to stand here, we can have a little introduction. We want the children to sing a song for you, Schuon. So, what is the song?
Salam. 1, 2, 3. Salamun, 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 salam. Salamun, 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 salam. Salamun, 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 salam. Salamun, 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 salam. جعلنا السلام شعارا لنا وباسم السلام التقينا هنا لنجعل يا رب أيامنا على هذه الأرض بشرى.
Everyone's going back. Have you all thought of different things?
Yeah.
What does the wind do? Everyone's got
Would a couple of children who were to pay for this drawing has come up here? So we did this a whole class together.
We're all going to do it together.
I think just these two will
Poem for His Royal Highness, Prince of Wales, by Year 3. Your Royal Highness, we are so happy that you came. Today we salute you and celebrate your name. Each of us are united, all part of one nation, joined together by peace, love and toleration. In history we learned about those who came to this land, invaders and settlers who arrived in a band. Whether Angles or Jutes, Saxon or Roman, whether Celt or Viking or William the Norman, all made their home in this green and pleasant place and learned to live together with respect and grace. Now Muslims too are part of this big family, and by coming here you made our hearts sing happily.
Very happy.
Your Highness, we made a book for you about the Muslims in Britain.
Did you? Well done. Is it here?
Yes, Facebook pictures.
You have been busy, what, with poems and books and things. You had any time doing the rest of the work as well. Where's it? Oh, look.
We'd like to give you about British
Very
Muslims.
good. So how long has it taken to put all this together?
Mm.
Was it, did you run it up yesterday?
A couple of weeks. We've been working on a couple of weeks. They wrote about themselves. This is the poem that we did together at the class. And then they've all written about themselves as a photograph. And some more information about British Muslims.
Which is Yasmin?
Yasmin. Yasmin Mir? Where's Yasmin? There. This one is crazy. Which one's big?
That is William. In Harrow. Gosh, how long does it take you to get there in the morning?
Yeah, something like that.
Did you come in?
Yeah.
Is he going to be there? You never will.
It might set it on your next. No, it needs to.
We've been learning about this part. Please do invite.
Do you remember what happened to him? And then he went on he walked with false legs. Oh my goodness, he's getting faster and faster. It's got an engine. Very exciting. Does the other one have an engine?
No, it's a moment to mention.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you very much. Well done.
In the Quran, we read this verse, and Allah calls to the whole of peace, and He guides whom He pleases to a path that is straight. We thank you for your acceptance in honoring us today with your visit, and we hope you will remember us as we will remember you. And we'd like you now to perhaps say a few words to the children as teachers.
Assalamu alaikum.
gentlemen, I can't tell you what a great pleasure it is to be with you all here this morning. And I remember from my own school days that there's nothing worse than being lectured endlessly while you're at school. So I won't say a great deal, because I'm sure most of you will want to go off and have your lunch at any minute. But for me, it's been a particular pleasure to see something of this very special school, about which I've heard so much. And I was very keen to see a school like this, and so I was delighted to be able to come here in this part of London to see what you are doing here and to hear about the way in which you blend the life of the Spirit with the rest of your education. I also wanted to say that it seems to me that you are all very fortunate indeed to be at such a splendid school. It must be very splendid, because I heard today that I think there was something like a waiting list of 2,000 people longing to come here as well. So you are very fortunate indeed. I've also much enjoyed meeting the teachers and the governors, and I think have taken in something of the very special atmosphere here, and seen something of your classrooms and been enormously impressed. And if I may say so, I was enormously impressed by the warmth of the welcome you gave me, and by all your questions and your interest and enthusiasm when I went into the classrooms. And it was a great joy to be received in that way, and if I may say so, with such openness and good manners, apart from anything else. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm one of those people who happens to believe that there is no incompatibility between community-based activity like the education offered here in this school and integration into the wider community. Indeed, somebody with a firm sense of his or her own cultural identity and history, I think, is much more likely to be able to contribute to society, as I'm sure many of you will when you grow up and leave the school, and no doubt come out with extremely good results in your exams. This school's inspection report, which I've seen, shows that it deserves very much its voluntary aided status, and that there is no problem with an Islamic institution like this one satisfying the educational requirements of the national authorities. So I really do believe that the Islamia school is an important model, and it will be interesting to see how many others are able to develop in the future. And so all of you, I think, also are a very important model. You are ambassadors for a sometimes much misunderstood faith. And as some of the adults here may know, I believe that Islam has much to teach increasingly secular societies like ours in Britain. And it is the example, above all, of individuals which really makes all the difference in the long run. So I wish all of you every possible success in the future, and I hope I shall see some of you when you get older in very interesting positions and walks of life in this country. But thank you all very much for your kind welcome here today.
It is with the greatest pleasure that I invite the future king of our country to the stage. Sir, we applaud you. Sir, thank you for joining us. His Highness, the Prince of Wales.
Dr. Hani al-Banna, ladies and gentlemen, can I just begin by saying what a great privilege, and more importantly perhaps, what a great pleasure it is to have been invited to join you all here this evening. I cannot tell you how fascinated I have been by the personal anecdotes I've been hearing from so many of Islamic Relief's supporters over the past hour or so. Each of these stories speaks volumes about Islamic Relief's outstanding work in providing humanitarian aid to literally millions of the most vulnerable people over the past quarter of a century. I hesitate to single out any one story, but if I may say so, I did just want to mention how pleased I was to hear about Islamic Relief's very first donor, Dr. Bassem Hassan, who at the age of only 15 donated 20 pence of his savings. With that simple but noble act, Dr. Hassan initiated 25 years of generous giving. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot quite claim a 25-year association with Islamic Relief, but I can say that I have followed your remarkable achievements with the closest interest during much of that period, including visiting your offices in Park Road. I need hardly say that it is in the midst of humanitarian crises that we see your work at its most compelling and, of course, its most difficult. 3 years ago, and after nearly 60 years of delay, my wife and I had the great joy of visiting Pakistan, exactly 1 year after that devastating earthquake that claimed the lives of so many and caused so much destruction and disruption. Visiting Tariqa, we were able to see for ourselves the terrible aftermath, and at Gundi Pira Girls Secondary School could not have been more impressed by the way in which Islamic Relief was ensuring that life returned to normal as quickly as possible by providing tents in which classes could take place, while the classrooms themselves rose again within that shattered community. This, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is just one example of the crucial assistance you bring to communities from among the staggering 3 million whom your relief work reached last year alone. While it is disaster relief which may stick most readily and most clearly in our minds, we must not overlook Islamic Relief's equally important commitment to the wider development agenda with, for example, programs that include drug users overcoming their addiction in Afghanistan and support to female victims of domestic violence in Iraq. Nor, indeed, must we forget the outstanding way in which Islamic Relief works as part of a network of international NGOs, including the United Nations, the British Red Cross, of which I am enormously proud to be president, Christian Aid, and CAFOD, to name but a few. In this work, you are not merely crossing the boundaries of faith and community, but in fact building durable bridges between different groups. I know that only last year, for example, Islamic Relief united with Christian Aid and World Jewish Relief in Cambridge to discuss how British faith-based communities could collaborate to tackle poverty. It is hard to overstate the importance of such contacts. As long ago as 1993, in a speech entitled Islam and the West, which I gave at the other great seat of learning, Oxford University, I recall observing that the links between these two worlds matter more today than ever before, because the degree of misunderstanding between the Islamic and Western worlds remains dangerously high. and because the need for the two to live together in our increasingly interdependent world has never been greater. I can only salute those who work so tirelessly to build such bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic Relief's fine achievements bear witness to the energy, dynamism, and selflessness of our British Muslim community. We hear rather too much misleading information about a small minority of your community, and not nearly enough about the vastly more numerous acts of compassion and commitment which characterize the work of Islamic Relief and its supporters. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why I was so happy and proud to come here this evening to celebrate these achievements with you all. And it is why, in 2008, I was so delighted when Islamic Relief received the annual international award from Mosaic, an organization I founded a little over 2 years ago to provide mentoring for younger, disadvantaged members of our Muslim community, and which now has reached a remarkable 10,000 young people. I can only say how delighted I would be if we could find further synergies with the work of my Prince's charities, and look forward to discussing this further with Mr. Salah Saeed and others. Now, I, for one, am acutely conscious that none of Islamic Relief's achievements would have been possible without the vision, passion, and sheer dedication of a truly extraordinary and remarkable man, Dr. Hani El-Banna. Dr. Hani, having witnessed at first hand the devastating humanitarian situation in the Horn of Africa in 1984, continues to deploy his unique ability to mobilize people, ensuring that the singular importance of humanitarian work remains high on the agenda of world leaders 25 years on. And I can only offer my boundless and most heartfelt admiration for all Dr. Hani's work. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, and recognizing that we have recently celebrated the festival of Eid, let me recall, if I may, a passage from the Holy Quran which seems particularly appropriate to Islamic Relief's work, and which says in verse 32 of Al-Ma'idah Surah, "Whoever saved a life, it would be as if he saved the life of all mankind." Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for saving and transforming so many lives over the past 25 years. And may there be many blessings, inshallah, on your work during the next quarter of a century.
Well, the event this afternoon with the Sufi Muslim community has been wonderful. And real evidence of peace, love, harmony, tolerance, and to get the Prince of Wales to come this afternoon has just been a tremendous boost, I think, for the Muslim community.
Save our planet. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales addresses Islam and the environment. At the event held at the UK's Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies, noted for its scholarly study of Islam and the Islamic world, Prince Charles read verses from the Holy Quran, highlighting the importance given in the teachings of Islam to protecting the natural world. His Royal Highness added that all truly great religions focus on safeguarding ecology, as he emphasised the steps needed to halt environmental harm and its adverse effects before it's too late. Distinguished audience members included Morocco's Islamic Affairs Minister Ahmed Tawfiq, sent at the instruction of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, as well as Saudi Ambassador to the United Kingdom, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Nawaf bin Abdulaziz. We salute Your Royal Highness Prince Charles for your exemplary initiatives in always placing the environment at the forefront. May such wise leadership and the timeless reminders of ancient scriptures guide us toward the unified goal to cherish and preserve our shared planetary abode.
Britain's Prince Charles paid a visit to a famous mosque during his 9-day trip to India. The Haji Ali Dargah is one of the most renowned religious destinations in Mumbai and is the resting place of Muslim saint Haji Ali, a wealthy 15th century merchant who is said to have given up his earthly possessions to make a pilgrimage to the holy Muslim city of Mecca. The Prince of Wales is known to have a profound interest in Islamic arts and culture and visited the holy shrine amid tight security. Prince Charles and his wife Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, are on their 3rd official visit to India to strengthen bilateral ties between London and New Delhi. The royal couple's visit will end on November 14th when they leave for neighboring Sri Lanka.
If and when he is crowned king, Charles will become defender of the faith. But the prince has already made it known he wants to expand that title. Defender of the faiths, not just Christians, but all religions. This message and appeal is a step towards that aim.
It is an indescribable tragedy that Christianity is now under such threat in the Middle East. It seems to me that our future as a free society, both here in Britain and throughout the world, depends on recognizing the crucial role played by people of faith.
The video is recorded for the publication of a report that highlights the slaughter of minorities in the Middle East by ISIS. Boko Haram's targeting of the Christian community in Nigeria, and the case of Miriam Ibrahim, condemned to death for apostasy in Sudan while heavily pregnant.
My heart goes out to all those around the world, but especially at this time in the East, whether Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist or Hindu, who are so brutally persecuted solely for the faith they profess. I pray too that all people and communities will engage in building respect and tolerance, for without these, the very freedom on which society is built is threatened with destruction.
The prince is no stranger to controversy, but this direct appeal for Islamic leaders to speak up against minority persecution is highly unusual.
That while he's Prince of Wales, I think he can say a lot of things that he won't really be able to say when he's king. I mean, it's an appeal for peace, isn't it? And that everybody should, look at the various issues and see if they can resolve them. I think there's absolutely no harm in him saying that. I think it gets more complicated if he talks about things which are political, and you could argue that this has a very strong political emphasis as well.
The report concludes Christians are now the world's most persecuted community. But importantly for Prince Charles, it also calls for a defence of all faiths. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have for some time now been deeply troubled by the growing difficulties faced by Christian communities in various parts of the Middle East. It seems to me that we cannot ignore the fact that Christians in the Middle East are increasingly being deliberately targeted by fundamentalist Islamist militants. Christianity was literally born in the Middle East, and we must not forget our Middle Eastern brothers and sisters in Christ. Their church communities link us straight back to the early church, as I was reminded by hearing Aramaic, our Lord's own language, spoken and sung just a few hours ago. Yet, today, the Middle East and North Africa has the lowest concentration of Christians in the world. Just 4% of the population, and it is clear that the Christian population of the Middle East has dropped dramatically over the last century and is falling still further. This has an effect on all of us, although of course primarily on those Christians who can no longer continue to live in the Middle East. We all lose something immensely and irreplaceably precious when such a rich tradition dating back 2,000 years begins to disappear.
He doesn't do politics as such, at least not overtly, but there is a very timely symbolism to this visit. And so when Prince Charles met Jordan's King Abdullah, this was Britain saying to Jordan, "We stand alongside you in the fight against Islamic State." King Abdullah's Air Force has now launched more than 50 airstrikes against Islamic State in the past 3 days, since the murder by Islamic State of one of its Air Force pilots. Charles joined religious leaders at an interfaith symposium. He told them that the situation in Syria could not be more desperate, with horrors being inflicted in the name of religion.
People of all faiths have been persecuted and driven from their homes, tortured and killed in the most barbaric way imaginable.
These are some of the people who have first-hand experience of the horrors that are happening in Syria. They're refugees who fled from their homes and who are now living at a huge camp just across the border in Jordan. Charles was shown around part of the camp, seeing for himself one part of the human tragedy of a neighbouring country in which Islamist extremism has taken such a hold. And it's the way in which some young Muslims in Britain have been drawn to extremism which is alarming Charles. Before leaving home, he spoke of his concerns about radicalisation in a BBC interview.
You would think that people who've come here and born here, go to school here, would imbibe those values and outlooks, but the frightening part is that people can be so radicalised either through contact with somebody else or through the internet.
Charles's language in that interview was very plain. That he framed his comments in such a way is a measure of his
Where's that? Yes, I might as well see everything. Really kind. You did these too. Is this come out every? Really? Goodbye, everybody. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Your Royal Highness.
Well done. Go up to the door. For me, it's been a particular pleasure to see something of this very special school, about which I've heard so much, and I was very keen to see a school like this, and so I was delighted to be able to come here in this part of London to see what you are doing here and to hear about the way in which you blend the life of the spirit with the rest of your education. I was to believe that there is no incompatibility between community-based activities.
As part of a trip to Oxford, Prince Charles visited the Centre for Islamic Studies on Marston Road. His
His Royal Highness is a patron of the centre and came to tour its new building. After the tour, the Prince gave a speech to an invited audience. Saudi Arabian Prince Turki bin Faisal Al Saad said a few words before introducing the Prince.
After 24 years as patron, I could not be more delighted to join you all for the inauguration of this outstanding new home for the Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies. That so many distinguished figures have travelled so far to be here, and that many more have sent such heartfelt messages of support for the occasion, is, I think, a testament to the strength of the friendships the Centre has forged during the 32 years of its existence.
The Prince paid tribute to the centre for what they've achieved in their 3 decades.
Against the 1,000-year history of learning in this city, the 32-year span of the entire project seems very short indeed. And yet, there is little doubt that in those few decades, the Centre has opened up so many important new perspectives and new avenues for scholarly collaboration in the study of Islam and the Islamic world. It was therefore a source of particular pride for so many of us that this extraordinary contribution was recognized at the highest level in 2012 through the grant of a Royal Charter by Her Majesty the Queen.
Prince Charles also congratulated the building's designer, Abdul Wahed Al-Wakil, on being able to contribute to Oxford's already prestigious architecture.
It requires, ladies and gentlemen, extraordinary skill and sensitivity to design a new building, drawing distinctively from the architectural traditions of classical Islam, that can immediately appear so completely at home alongside the celebrated and historic university buildings of Oxford. And yet, to many of you here today, this will of course be no surprise. The traditional form of the centre, with its combination of interconnected courtyards, halls, spaces for learning, reflection and prayer, being every bit as familiar historically to the Islamic world as it has been to Oxford colleges for the last 8 centuries.
The Prince ended his speech by calling for social unity.
There has perhaps never been a greater need for cultural connectivity. In the world in which we now live, with fears about the other, whether that be Sunni, Shia, Jew, Christian, Yazidi, Hindu, or Buddhist, stoked and spread through social media and amplified by those who would seek to suppress understanding rather than promote it, there is an urgent need for calm reflection and a genuinely sustained, empathetic, and open dialogue across boundaries of faith, ethnicity, and culture.
And with that, it was time for the unveiling. The plaque will take pride of place in the centre's £60 million new building. Alex Meekin, DATS TV.
Scientific achievements. Islam has accomplished great scientific achievements over 8 centuries. Thus, it is a mistake to believe that Islam is just a carrier of civilization, or that Western civilization is entirely Western. Islam has to take a great amount of credit in supplying the West with the first rules that led to their achievements.
Also hospitals as well. The first ever hospital was built in Cairo in the 8th century. One of an amazing panel when I was creating this exhibition was this, the King of England in 785. His name was King Offa. He was the King of Mercia and England. And he had some golden coins minted in England with the Arabic testimony of faith. So as you can see, his name Offa, and then the Islamic inscription of the testimony of faith. Yes, and these are in the British Museum.
Very, very good. So, because we should know that.
I saw him last week. We hung out quite a lot in the book.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad to be able to have this brief opportunity of visiting you here at the Muslim Heritage Centre. I nearly came a year or so ago, but sadly wasn't able to, so I'm thrilled that this opportunity has presented itself. And I'm hugely grateful to you all for receiving me here with such warmth and friendship. And if I may say so, I've been so impressed by all the different initiatives and projects you run here, and the difference you are making in terms of all the work you are doing in the community, but also in terms of linking all the other communities together. It is obviously of huge importance, this dialogue and activity. And if I may say so, I just wanted to congratulate you and to say how much I admire all the work you're doing and how important your communities are here in this country. So having said that, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to unveil this plan.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Prince Charles was greeted by schoolchildren during a visit to the British Muslim Heritage Centre in Manchester today. The Prince of Wales, 70, met members of the Muslim community and learned about the centre's program of education and community initiatives. While at the centre, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary, Charles told those gathered for the visit, how important your communities are here in this country. Prince Charles has worked for many years to encourage interfaith dialogue and greater understanding between different religions, both in Britain and abroad. He made sure to wrap up against the cold for the trip, donning a long grey overcoat with his blue striped suit. The schoolchildren who greeted the heir to the throne smiled and held British flags as Prince Charles spoke to them outside the British Muslim Heritage Centre. While at the centre, the Prince spoke with trustees, workers and representatives of local businesses and community groups. He said, "I've been so impressed by all the different initiatives and projects you run here and the difference you are making, in terms of all the work you are doing in the community, but also in terms of linking all the other communities together. It is obviously of huge importance, this dialogue and activity. If I may say so, I just wanted to congratulate you and to say how much I admire all the work you are doing and how important your communities are here in this country." The head of projects for the center, Ashraf Ali, said Charles took particular interest in the Stories of Sacrifice exhibition, which is first about the Muslims who fought for Britain in the First World War. Mr. Ali said he showed the royal visitor a panel of Charles's great-grandfather, King George V, wearing a turban when he was head of a Muslim cavalry regiment. I said, "I've got someone here, you might recognize him," Mr. Ali said. He said, "I know this guy. Of course I recognize him." Mr. Ali said Charles also took an interest in the work of the center in bringing communities together. He also described how the staff presented the prince with local honey after they found out that he enjoyed it in his tea. Mr. Ali said a local resident keeps bees, but when the center asked him if they could have some for the visit, he said it was the wrong time of the year. He said officials tracked down one of the man's customers who agreed to donate when she found out why they wanted it. This afternoon Prince Charles will travel to Wigan, visiting the old courts in the town centre, to learn about the building's restoration into a community arts centre. While there, he will meet participants from a variety of local arts projects before the tour moves to the Toffee Works. The visit is to celebrate 100 years of family-run William Santas & Co Limited's factory on the site, where it makes its most famous product Uncle Joe's Mint Balls. Joint Managing Director John Winard told Rock FM he couldn't believe that the factory was going to be visited by a royal. He said, "I got a phone call about 3 to 4 weeks ago from the Lord Lieutenant's office saying Prince Charles would love to visit the factory. I couldn't believe it. I thought someone was playing a prank. But it was true, so it was great." Prince Charles' final visit will be to Wigan Little Theatre, where he will watch a short variety performance, before meeting the performers.
صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تشارلز أمير ويلز لتقديم واجب العزاء لحضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد المفدى الشيخ نواف الأحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه. إذن يصل الضيف الكريم إلى القاعة الأميرية ويقدم واجب العزاء لحضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد الشيخ نواف الأحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه. وإلى معالي رئيس مجلس الأمة مرزوق علي الغانم.
As Muslims across the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth observe the beginning of the holiest of months in the Islamic calendar, the month of Ramadan, I just wanted to convey my heartfelt best wishes to you all and to tell you just how much my wife and I are thinking of you at this special time of year. In different circumstances, this would have been a joyous time. Mosques would be filling with life, Muslim families would be coming together to share food and prayers, and many of them would be inviting their neighbours and friends of all faiths and none to join them. This year, of course, due to our ongoing public health crisis, none of this will be possible in the usual way. I can only begin to imagine, therefore, how desperately difficult and sad this must be for all of you who cherish this special month and everything that it normally brings. If I may say so, what has moved me greatly has been to hear of all the wonderful work being carried out by Muslim volunteers and local initiatives through mosques, including working in partnership with temples, gurdwaras, churches, and other faith groups to support all members of all communities in such difficult times. Many British Muslims, of course, will spend this Ramadan on the front line of the COVID crisis, working in our NHS or in other key roles. Most tragically, I know that a number of highly experienced and invaluable doctors and nurses from the Muslim community have lost their lives to this pernicious virus. To their families and colleagues, I can only convey my deepest possible sympathy, and to everyone on the front line of whatever religion, I offer my profound admiration and heartfelt gratitude for everything they are doing for all of us. At the same time, very many Muslim families continue to be cruelly affected by this epidemic. Older people who I know hold a very special place within many tight-knit Muslim families are, of course, particularly vulnerable to this virus. But younger people are being affected too. I was utterly heartbroken by the tragic story of Ismail Mohammed Abdul Wahab, a previously healthy 13-year-old boy who passed away without the comfort of having his family by his side. Every bereavement from whatever cause is made even harder for families by the current restrictions on funerals.
I can only too well understand how agonizing this must be for those affected, and I know their enormous sense of grief will be shared by countless others, including myself. Under these appallingly challenging circumstances, my wife and I can only offer you all our kindest and most special wishes, and stress just how greatly the contribution of Muslims to the life of the United Kingdom is appreciated and valued. I have every confidence in your remarkable capacity to rise to the challenges posed by this crisis, whilst embodying the Ramadan spirit of charity and selflessness. As the Quran says, God does not burden any soul with more than it can bear. We hope that you have a blessed and fulfilling Ramadan. Peace be upon you all. Ramadan Mubarak.
Run from one place to the other. Your Royal Highness. Nice to meet you. Pleasure. Are you based here? Absolutely. Yes, no, we're based here. Looking after the... I think it was 607, that was 8. Syrians and then
تحكي لنا شوي صلاح؟ صلاح is actually from Jordan. صلاح قديش صار لك هلا بتيجي على المركز؟ Umayma left Syria when she was 7. Yes.
I think long term about the sorts of skills and possibilities and opportunities that these children can have going forward. And that's taking place in a very fragile economic situation.
What's his favourite subject in school?
انت بتروح على المدرسة، شو الموضوع اللي بتحبه بالمدرسة؟ أي مادة بتحبها أكثر؟
أكثر شيء إنجليزي.
الحمد لله.
So are you getting very good at English now?
أنت شاطر.
ممكن تقول لنا شيء
Can you say a word in English?
تقدر تحكي أي كلمة بالإنجليزي؟
This is a frog.
Very good. Brilliant. Because the next thing is to learn what the swing in English. Swing. What's that in English? In Arabic.
إيه.
You can tell him my Arabic isn't as good as his English. So.
Good.
العربي هو بحكيش عربي منيح مثل ما أنت بتحكي إنجليزي.
You'll have to teach me some Arabic. When did they come here? In March. من 2017. And not the other Christians? Oh, because I hear it has been very terrible, the level of persecution.
rather able to serve. Pleasure to meet you. And where do all the materials come from? Where do all the...
This is a particularly special year for a relationship that has weathered historic challenges and has blossomed into a remarkable friendship and partnership which is crucial to this decisive decade for our planet. As incoming and outgoing presidents of the UN Climate Summit COP, I hope it is more now apparent that we have to be the custodians of a truth our ancestors understood so well, that we are, in actual fact, part of the natural world, not separate from it. And above all, it is our duty to do all in our power to protect nature, rather than testing her to literal destruction, which is what we are doing at present.
Your Majesty, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to welcome you to this very special occasion. I'm delighted and most grateful that so many of the Center's friends and well-wishers have been able to come together to mark the inauguration of our new building. In doing so, we are also marking a stage in the development of the idea on which the Center is based and to which it remains committed. That idea is simply this: for people divided by culture to coexist peacefully needs, as well as lots of goodwill, a lot of the right kind of personal and institutional effort. Coexistence is sustainable only with the effort to get and share knowledge about each other that we are willing to trust. Since our knowledge is framed within cultural perspectives, it needs a further effort to allow those perspectives to encounter and interrogate each other. That holds the promise that such encounter can be mutually enriching, that cultural divisions can turn out to be as negotiable and permeable as disciplinary boundaries. The Center was founded to realize that promise, to craft an institutional space where the study of Islam and the Muslim world is pursued from diverse intellectual and cultural perspectives. Scholarly effort is necessarily set back from the momentum of current events, but it is not immune to current events, and over time, it influences their momentum through its influence on ideas and attitudes. Thus, the center has also aspired, albeit modestly, to contribute through conscientious scholarship to improving understanding between the Islamic world and the West. The idea of the center grew some 30 years ago out of debates between colleagues, friends, and mentors. Looking back, I wonder at my naivety in believing that it would be easy to combine a postdoctoral fellowship at St. Cross with working for the center. As it turned out, year by year, the time I could give to my own research and teaching diminished inexorably. Alongside the public hope that this inauguration represents, I gladly admit to a private hope that I may at last get time to do and write up my own historical research. That too would be significant progress. The years leading up to this moment in the center's history have seen setbacks and challenges, as well as successes. We could not have come this far without the goodwill and optimism of all those who have shared our values and objectives. It is right to begin by remembering those among the founding trustees who did not live long enough to see their vision embodied in these buildings. I would mention in particular our founding chair, Sheikh Abul Hassan Ali Nadwi. My friend in this journey has been David Browning, Fellow of St. Cross and the center's registrar until his retirement in 2010. His unwavering commitment to the future of the center, his experience and wise counsel were a vital resource that I could always count on. Similarly, Basil Mustafa and more recently, Richard Makepeace have been reliable colleagues. My thanks to them and to all colleagues at the center for their dedication and consistent support. The academic staff of the center, past and present, have devoted themselves through their teaching, research, and publications to the center's core objective of contributing to scholarship about the Islamic world. Many academics from around the world have participated in our seminars, lectures, and conferences. Visiting fellows and scholars have enriched our debates, and colleagues around the university have given generously of their time and expertise. All deserve our heartfelt thanks. It is important to remember that optimism for the center was from the outset reciprocated by senior members of the university and council. Beginning with Sir Geoffrey Warnock, when he was the Vice Chancellor and the idea was first put forward. Subsequently, Lord Neil, when in 1985 the center was formally set up as an associated academic institution. Sir John Hood, when in 2006 we became a recognized independent center of the university, through to the current Vice Chancellor, Professor Louise Richardson. A major milestone in the life of the center was the gracious consent of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales to become its patron. In his landmark lecture on Islam in the West in 1993, and in other places, he argued forcefully for the need to counter narrow-minded suspicions with a generous trust in the natural disposition of human beings not to choose conflict but instead to opt for coexistence. That choice draws upon the biological and historical reality of a shared single ancestry and its likely meaning. What human individuals and cultures have in common is greater than what differentiates them. His Royal Highness has been conscientious in following the center's work, taking a keen interest in the progress of the building, and especially in the realization of the designs for the Prince of Wales Gardens. The center's very first premises did not have a garden. The center graduated from my living room to the wooden hut rented from St. Cross, where College 2 had started life. We all retain very fond memories of that hut and its grounds. It had not a few royal visitors, including our patron. Your Royal Highness, the existence of the building that you will inaugurate today is owed in great part to the enthusiastic support of Anthony Smith, then President of Magdalen, who persuaded College to make this site available. The concern of the President and Fellows of Magdalen for the designs and their proper implementation were invaluable during the planning approval phase. It is a great pleasure for me to record the help of successive Lord Mayors of Oxford, in particular, the late Maureen Christian, and our local members of Parliament and city councillors. All of them recognized what the building could bring to the city and were active in arguing for it. As the building began to take physical form, public response to it became increasingly positive. That is a tribute to the architect's adept interpretation of his brief. Professor Al-Wakil's designs juxtapose and blend the styles of the classical Islamic madrasa and the typical Oxbridge College. The buildings do, as intended, accommodate the coming together in one connected space of the scholarly traditions of the Islamic and Western worlds. Islamic crafts and motifs are evident in many features of the buildings, but so too are the materials and skills traditional to this city and this country. Thank you, Professor Al-Wakil, and Clive Naylor and Amri Ayed and all the team. The importance of encouraging coexistence between the worlds of Islam and the West is self-evident. The Center's commitment to that goal has been recognized in the award in 2012 by Her Majesty the Queen of a Royal Charter. We need to broaden our knowledge and understanding of our histories, ideals, and values. Identifying common ground enables us to overcome ignorance and suspicions. It enables us to view differences positively as part of the wider inheritance of human civilization. The Center remains firmly committed to providing a space where scholars of diverse disciplinary and cultural backgrounds can study Islam and the Muslim world from their specialist perspectives and thereby challenge and enrich each other's understanding. The new building embodies that firm commitment. It provides the facilities for the activities of the Center to intensify and expand. Indeed, the improved potential presents a challenge to us all to rededicate ourselves to the Center's broader goals. Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to need your engagement and good counsel. Seeing all of you here today gives me confidence that the Center has many friends, people of goodwill who endorse its objectives. As in the past, it is your support that will sustain our work into the near and far future and continue to make a reality, inshallah, of the vision of its founders. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum. Patron, Your Majesty, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to speak to you this afternoon on behalf of my co-chair, Dr. Abdullah Nassif, who unfortunately cannot be with us today, and all the other trustees. And I thank you all most warmly for joining us on this important day for the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies. Many of our guests have traveled from afar. Your presence and the worldwide support it shows for the center's work is greatly appreciated. Welcome to the center and to Oxford. I express the warm gratitude of all the trustees to our patron for the support and encouragement which you, sir, have given unstintingly to the Center for nearly a quarter of a century. You have delivered 2 lectures under our auspices here in Oxford. You have followed closely the progress of the building to be inaugurated today. You have taken a personal interest in the design of the garden which bears your name. Back in 1993, you inaugurated the Center's distinguished lecture series with a memorable lecture, Islam and the West, an eloquent and prescient appeal for understanding. Since you spoke those words, the need for dialogue and open-mindedness has never seemed more pressing. Many senior statesmen have followed in your footsteps as guest lecturers at the Center. We're hugely grateful for your patronage, which means a great deal to us and is widely recognized internationally. And we were deeply honored also by the grant of the Royal Charter in 2012 by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. There are many other people to whom thanks are due today for enabling the Center's academic development and the creation of this magnificent new building, which will be the focus of its work for generations to come. I think of the leadership of the university, who embraced the creation of the Center when it was first proposed to Council, and have encouraged it ever since. That cooperation has grown in importance and, I believe, in mutual benefit. We're proud of this Center's association with the University of Oxford, but proud also to be rooted in the city of Oxford. I hope that the building to be inaugurated today will be a welcome addition to the rich variety of Oxford architecture and that it will be appreciated by both town and gown. I should also mention the important role played by all my fellow trustees, past and present, who have given generously of their time to guide the Center's work, and to those in Oxford, nationally and internationally, who have freely offered their advice and guidance. Many of you are present here today. You know how crucial your wisdom and insights have been for the creation of this unique institution and the growth of its impact and contribution. Many have assisted and encouraged along the way as trustees and indeed fellows and staff at the Center. But I should express in particular the appreciation of the board to those, including the founding trustees, who were there.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak. Ladies and gentlemen, as Muslims across the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth begin preparations to celebrate Eid after fasting for the holy month of Ramadan, I just wanted to convey my heartfelt best wishes to all who celebrate this festival, and to tell you just how much my wife and I are thinking of you at this special time of year. I'm also very pleased to have this opportunity to congratulate the NAS Legacy Foundation on their invaluable work over the last 9 years. Of its many noteworthy endeavors, for the last 6 years during Ramadan, the foundation has been bringing together thousands of young people from a diverse range of religious, ethnic, and social backgrounds to meet and break bread together at their interfaith youth iftar, the breaking of the fast. When I suggested the idea of these annual interfaith iftars focused on young people to some of my good friends from the Muslim community, I must say that my expectations were modest. It has been wonderful, therefore, to see just how successful these events have become in facilitating meaningful connections between different communities, whilst celebrating and strengthening the foundations for an inclusive, integrated Britain. I'm delighted to see that in its 6th year, this groundbreaking initiative continues to grow with tonight's historic joint NAS Legacy Foundation and British Asian Trust virtual iftar, marking the end of this year's iftar series. This last year, I know, has been deeply challenging for us all, and I'm only too aware of the impact of the pandemic on the Muslim community. This year, so many families, like my own, will have an empty seat at their dinner table, and friends are no longer able to share the celebratory hug after Eid prayers. I can only say how deeply saddened I am by this tragic situation, and how my heart goes out to all those who have lost their loved ones. I've seen at first hand how the NAS Legacy Foundation has been working throughout these testing times, supporting thousands of grieving families through their Dealing with Grief COVID initiative, which has collaborated with faith leaders across our country to highlight the impact this pandemic has had on faith rituals, communal worship, and grief. During this holy month of Ramadan, I know that many of you have been making donations, including zakat and sadaqah, to those in need across the globe. This year, such generosity will be needed more than ever before. I'm very proud, therefore, that the British Asian Trust is running its If I Can, She Can appeal, which will fund their vital work across South Asia, including their Women's Economic Empowerment Program in Pakistan. This program will equip women with the skills, knowledge, and confidence they need to earn a decent living in a post-COVID economy by working closely with employers to link women directly to job opportunities. And if I may say so, it is most encouraging that your donations to this appeal will be doubled by the United Kingdom government. I would particularly like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all the communities across the country for playing such a vital role in helping to fight and control this virus. All over the United Kingdom, places of worship have opened their doors to become vaccine hubs. In this regard, my wife and I were delighted to visit Finsbury Park Mosque to see at first hand the efforts of the Muslim community to encourage local residents to take the vaccine. From the Al Abbas Islamic Centre in Birmingham to the East London Mosque, it is enormously heartening to see places of worship come together to support this vaccination programme and become pillars of support for both faith and non-faith communities. With Britain's great strides in the vaccine rollout, I am hopeful that we will be able to meet again in person soon, inshallah. As the Quran mentions, so surely with hardship comes ease. We hope you have had a blessed month of fasting, and on behalf of my wife and myself, as Ramadan comes to an end, we would like, above all, to wish you and your family Eid Mubarak. Peace be upon you all.
The Sheikh's efforts at unity through harmony and dialogue have been just as prevalent and well received in the United Kingdom, where he recently gathered numerous Muslim groups alongside His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales in a celebration of traditional and contemporary Islamic arts and culture.
This gathering is like a magnificent garden of flowers,
above which shines the gleaming rainbow of His Royal Highness, Prince Charles, Prince of Wales. May God bless you with happiness. May God bless you with His love.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. I hope you're well. Elizabeth II was Queen of the United Kingdom from 6th of February 1952 until her death on 8 September 2022. Her reign of 70 years and 214 days was the longest of any British monarch and the second longest recorded of any monarch of a sovereign country. She died on Thursday afternoon at her Scottish estate where she had spent much of the summer. The world is mourning. Human beings die. Queens, kings, warriors, strong, weak, old, are bound to reach their death. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is ever living, the owner of majesty and honor. Well, we are making this video to clarify or rectify a rumor that might be interesting for you. I was actually surprised when I came across this. Her death reignited this rumor back that the monarch had familial ties to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Check this Twitter lineage expert. He's a journalist. It was previously published by The Times, a British newspaper, in 2018. It takes time to go back generation after generation. It's not easy to read back ancestry for 5-6 generations. But for 50-60 generations, how accurate can it be? We all know the kind of transitions the world went through. Religion, kingdoms, dynasties, science, wars, literature, Gen Z, and whatnot. Speaking to The Times on the topic in 2018, English historian and television personality David Starkey said that the idea that Elizabeth was linked by lineage to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was not at all outlandish, although it hadn't been verified or widely accepted by historians. Well, the evidence was very much out of this world for me. There were strong ties between Spain's royalty and the Islamic Empire during Zaida's lifetime, and Starkey noted in comments to The Times that the medieval monarchs of Spain and the Islamic royal houses were very close and totally intermeshed. Parts of modern-day Spain were in fact ruled by the Umayyads, a Muslim caliphate. Well, there's extended evidence which might crack us up a bit. UP News outlet report, it is little known by the British people that the blood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam flows in the veins of the Queen. However, all Muslim religious leaders are proud of this fact. Brooks Baker said, the British royal family is descended from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam through the Arab kings of Seville, who once ruled Spain. By marriage, their blood passed to the European kings of Portugal and Castile, and through them to England's 15th century King Edward IV. We grew out of that. I don't think you need an explanation on this one. But coming to our lineage, we all take a bit of pride in our lineage. We attach nobility and respect with it. It's okay to acknowledge the good our forefathers did, but there's a limit for that too. By the way, there's no such thing you're coming from a certain lineage, you have concessions on sins. On you, being an extraordinary human being, you should work on yourself to become a good human being. Even if you're the queen of the world, you go back to the same earth you came from. Only Allah knows our lineage. But let's not make this a fact. Even if it's plausible, it's suspicious and murky at the same time. Let's not believe this. I want to actually reply to this UP report. Muslim religious leaders are proud of the fact that the British royal family is descendants of Muhammad, peace be upon him. Hold on. Which religious leaders? Seriously? You can't be fooling us. If it should be, it'll be the other way around, that they can take pride in being a descendant of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. She might not be a descendant. There's not enough evidence here. What kind of pride? Come on. We all come from Adam and Eve, peace be upon them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said,
ولقد كرمنا بني آدم وحملناهم في البر والبحر ورزقناهم من الطيبات وفضلناهم على كثير ممن خلقنا تفضيلا.
Allah knows best. Please make sure you verify something before you spread or break the news to someone. It can have consequences, which you and I can't even imagine.
All of our grandchildren, if we're lucky enough to have them, will inherit the earth that we bequeath them, won't they? I mean, how worried are you about the state of that inheritance?
Deeply worried. But I've always felt that we're over-exploiting and damaging nature by not understanding how much we depend on everything that nature provides, and also not understanding or having been somehow trained to believe that nature is a separate thing from us and we can just exploit and control and suppress everything about her without suffering the consequences. But if you look into the way nature operates, the universal principles, which of course the world of Islam understood so well, having inherited it from the Greeks and the Egyptians, is that underlying everything are the fundamental patterns in the universe. What we're doing with our own economy is to disrupt nature's economy by not following that circular pattern. We've created a linear one, which imagines you can go on forever, creating ever more growth and ever more, changing everything, shooting without understanding that actually you have to fit together with nature and the way she does it. But because we haven't done that, we've caused mammoth disruption, and now we've disorganized and disrupted the whole planet's system of
climate regulation.
Climate regulation. That's what I really minded about. And I minded about balance and harmony, because I felt that if you push things too far, you will always create an equal and opposite reaction, which is exactly what's happened.
Recently, Liz Truss took over as Prime Minister of what many consider to be the most Islamophobic government in British history, a government that refuses to engage with the largest representative body of British Muslims and has designed a vicious security regime that is against them, in which one minister was dismissed because her status as a Muslim minister caused discomfort among colleagues. The government was accused this week of treating Muslims as second-class citizens. 2 days after Truss became Prime Minister, King Charles ascended the British throne. A careful man, he studied Islam thoroughly, even learning Arabic extensively in order to read the Quran. The new king is the most Islamophile monarch in British history. The contrast with his government is stark. Let's find out what will this mean for the United Kingdom. But before we move on, let's hit the like and subscribe button and never miss new exciting stories on Planet Explore. In a series of statements going back several decades, King Charles III refuted the clash of civilizations thesis that claims Islam is at war with the West. On the contrary, he argues that Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are three great monotheistic religions that have far more in common than is generally recognized. Since 1993, the new king has been patron of the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies. That year, he gave an inaugural speech under the title, Islam and the West. It was not the kind of speech about religion that most people expect from politicians and royalty. They tend to utter little more than empty platitudes. Then, the Prince of Wales, he embarked on sophisticated thinking about Islamic civilization and its relationship with Europe. The prince said that Islam is part of our past and our present in all fields of human activity. He helped create modern Europe. It is part of our own heritage, not something special. He urged people in the West to see past contemporary distortions of Islam. The guiding principle and spirit of Islamic law, taken directly from the Quran, should be justice and compassion. He pointed out that women were given the right to property and inheritance in Islam 1400 years ago. He paid tribute to the extraordinary tolerance of medieval Islam and complained about the West's ignorance of the debt of our culture and civilization to the Islamic world. The then prince described Britain's Muslim communities as Britain's resources which add to the cultural wealth of our nation. In contrast to those who demand that Muslims discard their identities in order to assimilate, Charles called for a process of two-way integration. Muslims must balance their vital freedom to be who they are with an appreciation of the importance of integration into our society, while non-Muslims should adopt respect for the daily practice of the Islamic faith and take care to avoid actions that could cause deep offense. It was a rousing speech. Here the Crown Prince was telling Britain's Muslims, most of them migrants from former colonies, that their presence in the country was not only welcome, but valued. In recent years, Charles' views on Islam and the Muslim world have often caused controversy. A 2018 book by royal correspondent Robert Jobson, written in collaboration with Charles' office, reveals that he opposed the invasion of Iraq in 2003, privately voicing his objections to Prime Minister Tony Blair. According to Jobson, Charles believed that marching with a flag for Western-style democracy is both reckless and futile. Charles also told ministers he no longer wanted his ties to Gulf leaders to be used by British arms companies. Then there's his sympathy for the Palestinians, which may be why it was his son Prince William, not Charles himself, who made his first visit to Israel in May 2018. Charles didn't make his first visit to Israel until 2020. He made sure to visit the occupied Palestinian territories, where he declared his greatest desire is that the future brings freedom, justice, and equality to all Palestinians. No recent British minister has expressed similar empathy. When it comes to European Muslims, Charles is a critic of the secularism of France and Belgium, disagreeing with their bans on women wearing face veils in public. He has no time for the anti-Muslim politics that are taking off across Europe. Charles has come under fire for his charity work. Last May, the then prince made headlines after the Sunday Times revealed he had accepted a trunk containing €1 million in cash from Sheikh Al Thani, the former Prime Minister of Qatar. Charles' charity has denied wrongdoing, and there is no indication that he personally benefited. He may have made a mistake in his judgment, but a large part of the journalistic articles were unsubstantiated and incorrect. Consider the series of sensational articles in July about the £1 million donation his charity received from the family of Osama bin Laden in 2013. There was no wrongdoing. The bin Laden family is one of the most respected in Saudi Arabia, and the implications of links to terrorism and Al-Qaeda, it was nonsense. Anti-Muslim commentators mock Britain's nuking for his intellectual curiosity. American neoconservative commentator Daniel Pipes is one such example. His blog post titled, "Is Prince Charles a Convert to Islam?" cites numerous evidences that he himself became a Muslim, including Charles' participation in a Ramadan fasting ceremony and his criticism of Salman Rushdie for insulting the deepest convictions of Muslims. A century ago, similar rumors circulated about Winston Churchill. In fact, the king is a devout Anglican whose deep connection to Islam as well as Judaism and Orthodox Christianity is linked to his interest in traditionalism, an esoteric 20th century school of thought whose early proponents condemned the modern world, believing that all major religions shared universal truths that could be an antidote to contemporary troubles. Charles was particularly interested in the works of René Guénon, one of the most important thinkers of traditionalism. Writing in the early 20th century, Guénon, a French intellectual raised as a Catholic and educated at the Sorbonne, saw Western modernity, which developed along material lines, as an anomaly in human history. If traditionalists defend the past, Charles said in a 2006 speech, it's because in the pre-modern world, all civilizations were marked by the presence of the sacred. In contrast, our present age is the age of disintegration, disconnection, and deconstruction. Addressing the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland in 2000, Charles warned that our age is in danger of ignoring, or forgetting, all knowledge of the sacred and spiritual. This is the concern that underpins his environmental stance. Charles believes that the modern West has become a greedy exploiter, suggesting that we can relearn the stewardship of the vital sacramental and spiritual character of the world from Islam. Guénon himself looked with sympathy to the East, writing several books on Hinduism and Taoism before leaving Paris for Cairo. There he became initiated into the Sufi order and studied at Al-Azhar, one of the world's centers of Sunni Muslim learning. He died as a Muslim in Cairo in 1951. Ghannou's role in shaping the king's worldview has puzzled many mainstream commentators. Military historian Max Hastings is one such example. In a 2010 review of Charles' book Harmony, A New Way of Looking at Our World, he wrote in the Daily Mail that the main danger to our royal institution for decades to come lies in his benevolent, confused, disheveled head. Undeterred by the disapproving gaze of the British media, Charles used his position as Prince of Wales to advance his ideas in practical terms. In 1993, the Prince Foundation began hosting a program of visual Islamic and traditional art. There, students made Mughal miniatures, Ottoman tiles, and Arabic calligraphy. Two prominent traditionalist scholars were visiting teachers, the philosopher Sayyid Hossein Nasr and the scholar Martin Lings, who wrote a famous biography of the Prophet Muhammad and felt struck by lightning when he first read Ghannoun. In 2004, the program became the Prince Foundation School of Traditional Arts. Charles' love for Islamic art is reflected in his personal life. Hence the carpet garden, inspired by Islamic gardens, at his Gloucestershire home Highgrove. Charles explained, "I planted figs, pomegranates, and olives in the garden because of their mention in the Quran." All this puts King Charles at a dangerous rift with the Truss government and the Conservative Party he leads. If Charles returns to the subject of Islam, he will certainly expose himself to brutal criticism from the neo-conservative right, which sets much of the agenda of this conservative government. Whether he will continue to speak about religion openly on the throne as he did when he was Prince of Wales remains to be seen. You should remember the lesson of your mother, who shrewdly avoided public controversy. However, it is very significant that we have a king who openly admired Islam. Islamic associations across the country have expressed their condolences on the death of Queen Elizabeth, and many Muslims observe the new king's attitudes towards Islam. In his sermon before prayers last Friday at an eco-friendly mosque in Cambridge, Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad, a lecturer in Islamic studies at Sheikh Zayed University, quoted extensively from Charles' 1993 speech on Islam and the West, reflecting Charles' generous interest in Islam, and singled him out. Noting that Charles had learned Arabic to read the Quran, he asked, how many people in Parliament would do that? Will Charles follow his mother's gentle example and quietly emphasize the British tradition of tolerance and multiculturalism, in contrast to the nationalism of the Johnson and Truss governments? There are some indications that it will.
Oh, our beloved and respected attenders, they are coming to speak some words for this assembly that the manager for this management thinking a good thing about such a weak servant, and that is an honor granted from you to such a weak servant. But you are giving respect to me, and I am asking from my Lord to grant to you heavenly respect. And there is a hadith, a holy saying from Holy Prophet, the seal of prophets, سيدنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من لم يشكر الناس لم يشكر الله. That is a Arabic word whom they are not thanking to people. That means he is not thanking to their Lord. And it is an order if a person well done something to say for him thank you, shukran. And here this assembly through efforts of His Highness Prince Charles, thanks to him also that Allah grants him much more honor here and hereafter. If I was able to go there with my physical being, I was running, but now I am reaching 90. Therefore, apologizing from His Highness that I am not able to come to be with such a respected assembly. May Allah grant them high stations through heavens. I am nothing, but if the Lord of heavens asking to grant someone something, He may do that. And I can't come with my physical being, but I don't say that my spiritual being not here must be with you. Only my material being, it is difficult for me to be with you, and I'm thanking to you that you invited me. I am asking forgiveness for me and for you, and subhanallah, absolute glory for our Lord. Thank you. Thank you for your listening. If we are sending some halwa, I am ready to eat also, doesn't matter. Yes? Assalamu alaikum. Suffering among people. That means for what people suffering? either they are not reaching to their granted rights from Allah Almighty, or it is stolen or taken away from them by force. That is two reasons. Prevented people to reach to their rights, or just capture their rights. That it is a grant from Allah Almighty to them, a creation. And as we are saying, two people whom they are not happy that people suffering. People suffer. Good people, two people, they like everyone may reach to their rights. If everyone reaching to their rights, then peace coming. But devils, that they are under the command of Satan, they are whom they are dirty people. They are establishers, the kingdom of Satan. They never like to be given rights to common. They like to be rights only for a group of people, not for all. They are asking to be shepherd and whole people to be flock or cattle. A shepherd may do for flock anything that he likes, or for cattle. No rights for flocks except they must eat, they must drink, they must bring lambs, and they must feed themselves for the life of shepherd. No more rights. And from the beginning of this world up to date, same going on. No rights for common people. And before as everyone may know it, that mankind, they are asking for their rights from beginning up to date. From beginning up to 20th century, people, some of them suffering too much, some of them satisfied. And up to beginning of 20th century, or we may say 1789. People, they were always there asking rights, their rights. And the system or governing system was monarchy. Monarchy. And if a good person, coming king or emperor or sultan, they were happy. If not, they were unhappy and sad. And through centuries, mankind always running to reach human rights. Human rights. And those devils that they are urging people to do something, and they are coming and saying that, as Shaitan said to Adam through paradise, saying, I am advisor to you, I am advising to you. And they were in paradise, coming to take them away from paradise. Shaitan coming and saying, I am coming to advise to you something. For what advice? Shaitan's advice was to take them from paradise into hell. After paradise, what you are asking? And same kind, same line from Shaitan and his descendants every time with mankind. And they are coming saying, oh people, you are suffering, you know. Now we are preparing for you some new methods that you should, all of you, you should be shepherds. You should be governors. A new system that all of you going to govern. This is very important thing that coming to me now, some words from this one, from that one, from two sheikhs, advising to me something, and becoming a sparkle up to say this. We are saying a new system. All of you should be governors. And flock sheep, never thinking that how it can be all of us shepherds. If everyone going to be governing, democracy, democratic system, all of you going to make everything to reach everyone to their rights. No mind, empty heads. That time people maybe anti-heads. But what about 20th century people? Yet they are anti-heads. They are believing in democracy. And it is biggest cheating for mankind. Because they are a group of people, they are looking at one shepherd eating everything from flock, and they are saying, why? Why one person? We must do a company under the title of democracy. Instead to be one, must be 1,000. And flock. But we must choose them. We are saying that election, electing, and hegemony for you. But all of them chain and burrow. Democratic house people. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big company of devils, democracy. Yet people never understand it. Running elections, they are electing people. What you are electing, putting 500 people there, saying this power side, this side, opposition, this side, ruling party, that side, opposition sitting like this. I'm looking. Each one read like this, opposition. Ruling party putting like this and say, they are ruling countries. And people, they were hoping that that new system may give to them their rights. That is it, that they are a grant from Allah Almighty to them. But they look that before the time of monarchy time, they were much more rights, much more generosity from the sultans, from kings, much more mercy, much more blessings. Those people coming, monarchy was one person, now thousands of people. No, never reaching to their rights, even coming down, no more rights now. And yet I am hearing, and we are hearing that human rights. That means people, they never found what they were hoping from new system, that they are taking monarchy down 1789. These people, very clever ones, these French ones, opening prisons and ipten gazıktan kaçan pezemekleri, everyone that inside, they were so dirty people that must be hanged or to put on this iron kazık. State. Huh? State. opening and coming out to make people to give their rights. Caniler.
Sadists.
Huh?
Sadists.
Sadists? Sadists. Never living from good people even one. French people making through their hands democracy, bringing French people. And that was an opening, and people, they were, because if you are not going to say shukr for Allah, falling down. And people, they were complaining from king always, then Allah Almighty giving as a punishment, and they were thinking they're coming, oh, good days for us. Good days. And finish. Now from that time up to date, they are taking kings down one after one, one after one, one after one. And now, alhamdulillah, now, we are living, but people, they never found what they were hoping. Now they are asking once again, through years after Second War, up to date perhaps, 60 years, 50 years and more, between 1918 up to 38, only 20 years was a short time to come a new war. But now, 50 years, nations preparing now to destroy everything and to kill everyone on earth. After the Second War, people yet now they are asking and saying human rights. Human rights. For human rights, they established UN in America. Biggest liar place.
Definitely.
Biggest liar place. They are claiming that we are giving rights, human rights. We are defenders of human rights. Now, because people asking rights yet, and the monarchy just went away, and new system democracy, never giving anything. What was granted the time of monarchy, never given now. Look, in Turkey, including me, the Prime Minister calling me also for a dinner, for iftar, for breakfast. And those shaitan people, media, as we are saying, press, media, TVs, getting up and falling down, saying for what Prime Minister asking to come Tariqa sheikhs or spiritual people for a dinner, and it is a holy month. That is right, that granted to ourselves. That's an example. Now people understanding the value of to have a sultan or to have a king on themselves, not democracy. Finish. And everyone now asking. When they are asking, must come.
Definitely.
must come. And I am looking and seeing, and it is not only my opinion, I am not seeing my opinion, no. I'm following what Allah Almighty is sending and His Prophet, peace be upon him, and our grand sheikhs, spiritual people, what they said. And I'm looking that people fed up from to be cheated and from cruelty and pressure and every bad action against human nature, and every nation now, they are saying we must go back to our sultans and ask from them pardon, forgiveness, that we are not giving their respect to them, and Allah Almighty making us to be under those shaitan people. And beginning in Germany, they did a referendum, yes. And they are finding that 60% people there asking their guys there. And after following the worst system, more than democracy, communism, those people, Russians, asking their Caesars. Bulgaria asking their kings. Romania asking their king. Even Serbia asking their kings. Everywhere. And beginning also through our people asking kings, sultan, autocrats. But yet Arab people, they are very happy by their political people. Yet they are against kings and sultans. That every badness coming after those dictators on Islam, but they are not thinking for future something about that. And we know that every moment over 40 years or 50 years, people, their blood coming down, no more energy, making to be sleeping, like Amanullah in front of me, beginning to sleep. And I was speaking about France, I forget. He belongs also to a noble family from his life reaching to Louis XVI. But alhamdulillah, awakening. Beginning to speak. Yes, they are asking. Americans never asking. I hope to send them king from America also. No more democracy. Inshallah. America. Chinese, they are looking after their emperors. Indians, they are asking emperor. Pakistan people, hey, never is speaking on it. Never is speaking. And making women imam for them. And someone asking me if it is true to be prime minister women. I'm saying, Yahoo, what is complete empty head? How we are asking this? Show me any masjid, any mosque, women imam. If it is not true to be for 10 people imam, how we are 100 million people to put a women imam for you, governing you? No one in your country to make a person. And when we are saying this, after coming to Turks also, and I wish coming to you have also. But I never voted. Alhamdulillah. Once they asked me to vote in Cyprus, and I write something, then they are saying that it is impact, cancel. We are vote. Go to write something not to be written. Yeah. Once, and it was cancelled. Every action, every movement going through youngsters. Then, because youngsters, they are on foundation. You can't put like me, like Sheikh Hisham, like Dr. Selim people to be foundation. No. But every movement just began with young people. First a handful of people. And they have been suffered till they are reaching to their points. Either good targets or bad targets. They will just use youth for reaching to their bad targets. And they did. And from 19th century, 22 centuries, they used youth for every bad thing. But now, Allah Almighty making youth, youngsters, to awake. And what carried down big Ottoman Empire was handful new Turks that they are saying young Turks in France, in Germany. They grow up one handful people and making a huge empire to come down. Now Allah Almighty asking to revenge from those foolish people to take power, making an awakening here in London also, in England also. As they were John Turks, they are new Ottomans. They tried to take away Ottomans. Now a new movement here and in Germany and in France under the name of New Ottomans. New Ottomans, they are young people, new ones. You can't find among themselves old ones, because old ones, they are happy with situation. Old ones asking and saying, if such a movement going to be successful, must be supported by political people. And political people, they are very happy with their situation. Why they are going to support youngsters? For what they are going to support? Suffering people, they are youngsters. Because youngsters now in the hands, through the hands of devils. No work to work, everything just captured by huge companies and firms. Mark Spencer, Safe Bay, Queens Bay, say
Tesco.
Huh?
Tesco.
Sainsbury's. All of them, those big ones, taking everything from common people, making huge firms.
Conglomerates.
Huh?
Conglomerates.
Conglomerates.
Cartels.
Yes. No more people can do their own business to live. Another kind of communism. Communism that was under command of government. Now, worse capitalism that coming to Europe, big companies, they are taking everything from common people, never living to live the small ones, making slaves people, and youngsters, no more life for them. They are carrying diplomas from universities, but only a few people whom they have big supporters from up, they may find a work, and others, particularly foreigners, no more life for them. In Europe, in England, in Germany, in other places, in France. It's true.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, they never like to leave others. And they have a bad habit for that, only to save much more millions, billions, multi-billionaires, trillions, pentillions, and so on. Nothing else. Only to see that they are saving billions through banks. No more. That's his worst habit for egos. And now, youngsters asking to bring an end for the Sultanate, for the heritage of devils on earth. Therefore, politicians, they never supported such a movement. But when the tension of common people getting up, no one can be able to make it down. And so many examples for this you may find nearer pastime. Yeah? Here, that there is a paper bu sizin mi?
Daha görmedim. Akşam sen aldın birini.
Burada ne yazıyor?
Daha okumadım.
That is what youth asking to do. They are asking to reach to their rights as before. Even it is not easy because rights just taken away, and such a thing can't be cheap, because what you are asking to take it is expensive. You must pay much more so that you can reach it. If you are happy to be cheap, it is okay. Don't ask anything, shepherd may send you everywhere. Then he may do as he likes. That is a foundation through the rules of this country. I am not saying to those people to be against law. No. The law giving them to be a charity, charity number. You may keep your rights according to what you are asking. We are asking, we may ask whole Europe, whole Asia, whole Africa. Government may say, if you are dreaming, dream. But one day dreams coming to be in reality.
Amen.
Amen. We are not fighting to UK, United Kingdom, or Europeans, but if we have power, we are not leaving our heritage here and there. Happy or unhappy. But now we are going loyal community here in Germany, in France. We are not against their law. As they are giving a chance for us, permission, we are going to do our best for saving the rights of human, because they are not giving rights of humanity. That is Hisham Effendi and Burhanuddin making me that I am not knowing anything. They are thinking that my beard just becoming white because I was miller, coming for meat. Bring a brush. Or they are thinking that I am cut off from our grandchild's life and no support for me. And they are looking everything with another eyeglasses. No. I know something. They are not knowing something. For future, I know something. That they are not knowing. Or anyone else. Therefore, I am saluting those youngsters, even they are helpful people. Tomorrow they should be big crowds. Amen. May Allah bless them. Amen. Their works. Amen. Don't worry. Don't worry. What is so many people, just everyone going to pass from this life, but we must pass after a big target to live for Allah and for His heritage. Amen. Ottomans just they تمشينا ديو representing heritage of the Lord of Heavens. Therefore, I'm happy to know those helpful youngsters that they are asking to bring that heritage on earth. And Allah helps them. We are not in need politicians to support ourselves. They are talk mushing sometimes. Allah, 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 Amin, understand the meaning Aziz Allah. Aziz Allah. No any power in front of his power. And we have been sheltered with his endless power. Look, one worker making down the power of 60 million Red Army's power. Soviet Union and its tails, one worker making them down, finish. No one bullet. Use that person. Allah gives him hidayah and to be Islam. Allah gives him support to be a Muslim, a mu'min, and to make down also other kufr. And we are thankful to His Highness Prince Charles that praising Islam and asking human rights that just taken away from bad systems of governing systems. And he is praising Islamic law that people may reach to their rights only through Islamic law. Islamic law, heavenly law. Heavenly law. But no one, I am sorry, that writing anything to say that His Highness, we are praising him also, that he is praising Islam. To make a meeting to say, hip, hip, or Prince Charles. Yes, he should be for Islam in 2000, inshallah. Even those they are not asking, but he is on his right path. Mostly our people wrong path. That one, brave one, because they are on the line of prophets. زيادة لشرفهم مشايخنا هم الأستاذ ولدناهم وللمؤمنين Prince Charles الشدة فاتحة رغم على أنف العود. Grand Sheikh, after that, Sheikh saying this. I wasn't thinking on it, but Grand Sheikh, this bombarding from Grand Sheikh, from east to west,
who there was and support democracy. Must come down up to end of this century.
The Prince and Princess had left Britannia after a last day of cruising off Coral Islands. President Sadat, his wife, children, grandchildren, and a considerable entourage had flown over 500 miles to Hurghada in southern Egypt to say goodbye. A formal farewell which included flowers, fanfares, and an inspection of the Presidential Guard. A smart and steadfast group, all of equal height, all at attention under a roasting sun for well over an hour. Last goodbyes with kisses from the Princess, and the 2-week honeymoon was over. Since they boarded Britannia at Gibraltar, the Prince and Princess have had only a couple of brief secluded visits ashore in the Mediterranean, and the Egyptian president has been their only guest. After a final wave, they boarded their flight to Scotland. Kate Adie, BBC, Hurghada.
The Princess and the Prince looked tanned, relaxed, and a little surprised by the bright weather in northern Scotland. It had been raining off and on all day and cleared shortly before their arrival. Nearly everyone at RAF Lossiemouth was there to greet them, and seeing the crowd, the Prince turned to the Princess and asked her, "Shall we meet everyone?" The Princess enthusiastically smiled yes and plunged in among the service families, going straight to the children in the front rows. It was all very friendly and casual, and far removed from the formality of the Egyptian send-off. The royal couple are due to spend some weeks at Balmoral, where the Prince is expected to resume his coaching of the Princess in the gentle art of fly fishing in the salmon-rich waters of the River Dee.
It's very kind of you indeed. I've been looking forward to it enormously.
In fact, some of our old staff, we're confident of planning that it will go a very long way and further strengthen the age-old ties of friendship that Bhutan has always had with your country.
Altitude of 5,000 meters.
It's not eaten by yetis at that height.
We had with netting.
How people managed in the old days?
It's sleep and put it in water so that you can get to sleep. I remember Your Highness before air conditioning came.
Would I have come to this before? Somebody might have told me.
Just this way, please. Okay, that's great.
Some going up. So the average of the whole process, some blocks about 5 pounds, some blocks about 6 pounds. Yes.
Yeah.
The pyramid, so to start the case, the pyramid from outside, it's fine and wide limestone. So if you imagine what the pyramid looks like in ancient time, it was so smooth, so flat, so wide. Two men, here are the big ones. Here we have 11 pyramids, but we have 3 big pyramids. Main tower, puzzles, selling runs up. And we give him, you know, understand yourself? Yes, a beautiful tomb from all the kingdom. 4,500 years.
Yeah.
Guys,
Ma'am, could you come forward a little bit? Thank you, that's lovely, sir. Which way do you want to go?
Right hand side,
Keep
we have this way.
Okay, right, this way.
Stay where you are.
Guys. This is a picture. Wait.
I think we've done it.
Once they go into the right, they're just going there. Yeah. If you want
things in the tourists, and also it focuses the attention of other foundations and funding agencies to look at it more seriously and say, right, is something, if Prince Charles can go there, then it must be something worthwhile.
All right. As you see. Yeah. I'll show you one. Don't want to waste it. Don't waste it.
يعني يمدح في فاضل يعني يقعد عند جونا
Mercury there, but the mercury purified mercury. Yes. So it's some people.
There we are.
Some kind of feeling of reunion. Reunion.
I couldn't do it 4 years. 4 years. Very worrying.
Healthy, growing. I think naturally, the person who planted this also is quite good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Very practical. Wonderful. Yes, I think. Now here, this gentleman, right from the beginning, they'll say, I felt a very nice person, good human being, sensible, good human being. Hey, bye bye. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm not going to let that elevation.
शॉट ले लें अंदर जाने का
Has dedicated her life to this sort of thing. And without people like her, the situation would be obviously infinitely worse.
On behalf of my staff, my children, we are so strong, we feel now that we can face every, all the difficulties which come our way.
Morning.
I do hope it doesn't pour with very cold rain.
Oh, snow. All those hail snow. Morning, Patrick. Morning.
Plans for Valentine's Day?
None as yet.
Oh, Valentine's Day. That's another
Forget
thing.
it.
It's going to be over 100 degrees. I went yesterday at the whipping time.
Remember all who have died for their country in war is on all sides. We ignore the years condemned. At the going down of the just in a moment or two of quiet, shall we gather our thoughts?
In all creation will be able to separate us
through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
And here we improvise.
And after this restoration, the figures will steps like this, it's ready to return to of course, all these skills we learned from the Studio Rwanders from the Metropolitan Museum in New York. And so, based on English, requesting us to
how to look at these things and
what is that? How about perfect? Then what? Ali, maybe it was like the middle part.
Lord's blessings always be upon you.
If there is any kind of on-the-country support from Al Khalifa family, no.
Beneficial causes amongst the community.
And coexistence.
Let's get down sisters to visit you.
The ladies can see you.
That's lovely.
Back a bit, please, guys.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've sat trying to finish this wedding and she was there. So we have restored it's a place where it's uncompromised and it's cousin. And that is the value we give it to you. It's my office. It's your office. It's your office.
Yeah, since she's through the gate. Yeah. Yes, they represent what the original
Arka plandan açık çıkar mısınız? Azıcık geri gelsene. Bir daha yapalım. Orhan abi öyle de biraz tarafa gel.
That's a garden building with a well. These are people. Every time it goes down, there's another layer. It's a very rare technology. The others are with extruders. And this guest house is also new. It's not really finished yet. So there is many more. God bless you.
That is from but this is the plum.
Yeah, plum.
Пробуй 3 раки.
Canım rozumie srce. Rozumie.
On si razmette in poco. Adesso
Get to where they're coming out of the boat. Okay.
ci sono lì timoni.
Cosa dali?
As soon as I see the car coming, because oh, is it there? Don't know. Husband coming. He must be at the he must be through the other gate for them to walk out, isn't it?
Wrong people, it's not them surely.
Close the door after you they go in, okay? Okay, sir. It's not to be open.
They didn't quite know how to handle it. You need to be with cameraman.
That's a good idea. No, that way. No.
Get a zoom on his ear, quick.
Oh no.
Oh, there goes the ball.
Press. This man's got a good story.
Hi, Dan. Security.
망고는 조각하기 위해서 갖다 놓은
Madam, what do you think of it, sir? Security.
Right there. Right, sir. Absolutely. There's no one in the background. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Okay, John, move, please.
Full zoom. You know, 17 to.
Okay, guys, thanks very much. We can all move. Thank you.
सर आप आगे नहीं आएंगे प्लीज एक्सक्यूज मी हेलो सर अरे ठीक है ना तो करवा देना तो लो आईडिया फोटो में बन गया ये तस्वीर हो रहा था Excuse me. Sama, sama. Jedan uzorak vizantijskog mozaika kakav će otprilike biti u hramu.
Aleluia. we discovered the relativity of time before. Methodian period is Slav, and here St. John Chrysostom. And here we have Oriental, Eastern. Yes, building. Yeah. It's not easy. Fresco means fresh wall, and this for 300, 400 years long. It's very Greece. Therefore, let's say important is he of this paper specialist also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Based on plants in my garden, which various botanical.
Your Majesty.
So well organised.
Thank
Brilliantly
you.
trained.
Thank you. This hymn is
Yes.
from our 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, and saying, "Oh Lord, you are King of Kings." So this is.
I'm not, you have to stare for hours and Never get any sleep. Number of different, you're all waiting It's a very good lentil to stir.
कबीर हर का सिमरन जो करे सो सुखिया संसार हर का सिमरन जो करे सो सुखिया संसार वाहिगुरु जी
बोले सो
दंडोत बंदन अनकबाल सर्वकला समरथ डोलन ते राखो प्रभु नानक दे कर हथ कुर्बान जाए उस वेला सुहावी जिद तुम रह द्वारे आया नानक को प्रभे कृपाला सतगुर पूरा पाया सतनाम श्री वाहिगुरु साहिब जी टोडी महला पंजवा साध संग हर हर नाम चितारा सहज आनंद होवै दिन राति अंकुर भलो हमारा राव गुरपूरा भेटियो बड़ भागी जाको अंत न पारा वारा कर गए संसारा जन्म मरण काटे गुरु बचनी बहुन संकट द्वारा नानक शरण गही
zaposna.
Start by drawing. My making that pencil, use open work before, but do.
Yeah, just listen out. We're testing now.
Okay. Next school year.
When I was very glad to find that a book I wrote for my younger brothers, gracious me, 25 years ago now, I think, called The Old Man of Loch Nagar, it's a Scottish story, is also part of this collection of books. Whoever decided that had a great deal of tact and diplomacy.
We, as our memory that you once put your feet here, we would like.
They say the camera never lies. Oh, I Daniel. Yeah, my only one. Yeah.
Today, I acknowledge the families affected by the tragic March 15 attacks.
In all of this, the strength of the New Zealand character, which I have long admired, has shone through, with tolerance, courage, and compassion on such conspicuous display. In the midst of the most dreadful loss, there is, therefore, cause for great hope. And there are reasons for all New Zealanders to take pride in who they are and what this country stands for. I can only say for our part how greatly my wife and I admire the remarkable way in which New Zealand and her people have responded to this terrible tragedy, and how very, very proud we are of you all.
Looks like Italy. There's one Italian cheese just down the road because I know how road Cornish people can make.
Very long time ago, I suspect.
Something like following bracelets and really. Oh, well, I keep my devices. So the weird thing is that can be only from sort of 70 to
Taken all of it.
Oh, you see, it's all of us.
Planting day. And that as well.
Good luck.
It's actually designed.
Karangamaira, Karangamaira.
पहुंच चुके हैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका पावन यज्ञ में भाग लेंगे कहते हैं अपने लिए कठोरता और
But we also wanted just to stress how deeply we have felt for all those people who suffered so dreadfully as a result of the awful floods in June. And our thoughts and prayers were so much with all those families who have had to suffer the appalling catastrophe. And it seems to me that the key to our future is to rediscover our connections with nature. For too long we seem to have ignored the services that nature provides us. Not only that, but we sometimes forget that we are nature ourselves. We are an intimate part of it, not separate.
Now His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, exchanging pleasantries and greetings Wenananam. For your occasion, very historic and symbolic.
On this visit to Ghana, as we celebrate the partnership between our two countries, as well as the many special ties which bind us within our unique Commonwealth family, it was so important to my wife and to myself that we should come to Kumasi to pay our respects to Your Majesty and to honor the traditions and values of your kingdom, which continue to play such an essential role in Ghana's vibrant democracy.
Between the United Kingdom and the Commissioner to Ghana, His Excellency Ian Walker. We are most grateful for your presence here.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
I'm so happy to welcome the Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall.
And that is the end of the Kerala Ethnic Cultural Event. And when she approaches, the prince asked about her identity. Then she tells a lie that she is from heaven itself. But she advances and tries to physically grab him. Then immediately he recognizes that she is not from heaven, she is from the world of demon. And he is angry. He asked this lady to get out from heaven. Now here she lost her entire hope and she was becoming more violent, and slowly she comes back to her original, the demonly figure, to attain more force, to take away the prince from heaven. Then he lashes out his sword. The next we will listen the vibrant performance from the martial art of Kerala, Kalaripai. In Kalaripai, the various weapons are being used in a very building style. They need to do years of exercise to get a rhythmic movement of hands and body. The next performance is more vibrant, bare hand fight, the locks and throws from Tariqa.
Hi, sir! It's okay, it's okay.
അങ്ങനെ ഉത്സവം കഴിഞ്ഞു കൊടിയിറങ്ങി ഫുഡ് കഴിക്കാൻ ഈ ആനപ്പിണ്ടന്മാരെ എവിടെ ഹോട്ടലുണ്ടോ
I'm so happy to welcome the Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall. And that is the end of the Kerala Ethnic Cultural Heaven. And when she approaches, the prince asked about her identity. Then she tells a lie that she is from heaven itself. But she advances and tries to physically grab him. Then immediately he recognizes that she is not from heaven, she is from the world of demon. And he, with this angry, he asked this lady to get out from heaven. Now here she lost her entire hope and she was becoming more violent, and slowly she comes back to her original, the demonly figure, to attain more force, to take away the prince from heaven. Then he leashes out his sword. performance from the martial art of Kerala. Kalaripayat. In Kalaripayat, the various weapons are being used in a very building style. They need to do years of exercise to get the rhythmic movement of hands and body. The next performance is most vibrant bare hand fight, the locks and throws from Tariqa.
Hi, sir! It's okay, it's okay.
അങ്ങനെ ഉത്സവം കഴിഞ്ഞു കൊടി ഇറങ്ങി ഫുഡ് കഴിക്കാൻ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈ ആനപ്പിണ്ടന്മാരുടെ ഹോട്ടലുണ്ടോ?
Rejoice, for he has made me glad unto thee. Oh Lord, who is like unto thee? Oh, give thanks to the Lord.
The giving that lose God is what we give him valuable and priceless things out of love. The giving that pleases God is backed by faith. It honors him. It comes out of a generous heart, cheerfully, and meets the needs of people and causes them to give thanks unto God. When we do this, God promises us in return irrevocable blessings on us and on our descendants. He promises us help when we call on him in the day of trouble. And he says he will bless us in every way and give us treasure in heaven. We'll ask His Royal Highness Prince Charles to come forward for the church's blessing.
Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who from your throne in heaven see all of us who live upon your earth. We most heartily implore you to look with favor upon Prince Charles, head of the Commonwealth, Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, and First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, that in all their thoughts and words and works, they may ever seek your honor and glory, and help them to persevere your people committed to their charge in wealth, peace, and godliness. Grant this, O merciful Father, for your dear Son's sake, even Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Charles, of God's continued mercy and protection will commit you. The Lord bless you and always watch over you. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and cover you with his peace, protection, now and forevermore. Amen.
Amen. On behalf of the Rich Church, I would like to present this gift from the church to His Royal Highness.
This is different things too. So it's nice things to be a the winds going up, you push them down. This is the good ones. You throw it up and it continues making.
No flies on me. I couldn't get in a hotel that was on tops.
But you were.
No, because remember we went to the I didn't meet you last time.
You did, actually.
I did.
Yes.
I'm horrified that it's 10 years ago.
Well, I wanted to say, sir, that how grateful we were for the support you gave us then. It
Well, it
just
wasn't
gave
very
us,
much.
it just gave us a lift off.
Thanks to-
Look what it's achieved. I just wanted to say how grateful
the Monument Fund.
Well,
I
I
really
really
did.
you'll get to meet. And I present. This is.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Matt and Jen Teal, and Matt runs the Schuon Food Festival, which is a huge money generator for our funds here. And he does it every year. Pretty thankless task.
Well, not always.
Did you start it?
We started it, well, my dad and I started it, I think you met over there, and this is our 10th anniversary this year. So we've gone from a small event in the church grounds to, we've moved to the airfield, and now we get about 5,000-6,000 people. So it's grown and grown.
It's amazing, isn't
It
it?
is
You
good,
never
yes.
know when you start these things with anybody.
No, whether it's going to
turn
catch
up.
on, but it's really caught on. So
And is it lots of local?
it's entirely local producers, and because we've moved to the airfield, we sort of are joined with their flying festivals. We have aerobatics and flying displays, but it's quite a big event, really. You should come down.
Now, this is Lawrence
I must come one time. I'm sure it helps to put places on the map.
Yes, it does. We hope so. Yes.
Once you've taken the shots, I will give the signal when you move to another fixed point here.
How was your visit, sir? Pushing over. Very nice, thank you. Very good. Have a look at it.
Sir, bring. Sir, wait. Sir.
Drained batteries are put here. Model. They buy the vehicles without batteries. That reduces the cost. There are 14 batteries. Yes, one slot will always be empty.
Wait, wait.
Hey, just turn you over.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Great success.
Thank you.
What we doing?
Britain's Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall arrived in Nigeria on Tuesday on the third and final leg of their African tour. The royal pair were received at the presidential villa in Abuja by Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari. The heir to the British throne also met with religious leaders and traditional rulers.
Much as we have good intentions around issues like domestic violence and child rights and demography, there are also conversations that perhaps we're not ready for at this point in time, and that should not be mixed into these conversations. So overall, I think it was a very interesting conversation, and some traditional rulers like the owner of Ife talked about.
Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall will be visiting the commercial city of Lagos on November 7 on the second day of their 3-day visit to the country. Prince Charles last visited the country in 2006 during President Olusegun Obasanjo's tenure. The royals are on the final leg of a tour of 3 African nations, having already visited Gambia and Ghana.
Yes.
For my sins, yes. Yes.
It takes an hour.
So how are you enjoying your trip, sir? Turkish bath here, yes.
Yeah. Prince Sultan, should we walk from here?
Have we got people interested in?
Yes, I'm sure, because it is part of a Tariqa.
It is.
Yeah. It's a collage with calligraphy, and she's just absolutely. I'll make sure to take a picture and tell her about it.
In the Middle East, the current climate is around 1 to 1.5 degrees centigrade warmer than pre-industrial times. And there is a high risk of further warming in the future, particularly at the hottest times of year. These higher temperatures are likely to have, or are already having, a profound impact on the people and ecology of the region. There is also a risk that increasing temperatures will drive the need for greater supplies of water and energy. But there is hope, and we are already seeing real progress, something the Saudi Green Initiative and Middle East Green Initiative aim to accelerate. As I've been trying to stress for many years, the region has huge potential for renewable energy, including solar power, wind, green hydrogen, and carbon capture use and storage. These industries can drive economic growth and increase green job opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom's global leadership in energy transition is critically important. I can only say that it is enormously encouraging to see the commitment to diversifying its energy mix, recognizing the cascading economic, social, and environmental benefits that renewable energy provides.
وسط أجواء عراقية جميلة، التقى ولي العهد البريطاني الأمير تشارلز بالجالية العراقية في لندن، ويؤكد على وقوف المملكة المتحدة إلى جانب ضحايا الإرهاب من كل الطوائف والقوميات، وأن زيارته هذه تأتي لدعم الضحايا وإدانة الإرهاب.
جاءت الأديان من السماء لتحمي الإنسانية وليتعايش الناس بين بعضهم البعض بحب وسلام. لا يمكن أن يكون القتل والترهيب باسم الدين. الجماعات الإرهابية تستهدف الجميع، لم يسلم منها أحد. فكما أصبحت الأقليات في العراق ضحية الإرهاب، كذلك المسلمون يعانون من خطره. لهذا علينا أن نقف جميعا بوجهه ونتصدى له.
كما أكد رجال دين مسلمون ومسيحيون شاركوا في الحفل على وحدة العراق ورفض الإرهاب والعيش المشترك والأخوة بين أبناء الوطن الواحد. وأن ما تقوم به داعش لا يمت للإسلام أو أي دين بصلة، وستبقى السمة العراقية هي القاسم المشترك الذي يوحد الجميع.
جاء لكي يقف معنا ويهنئنا بعيد الميلاد، وإن كنا قد ألغينا مراسيم الأعياد بسبب الظروف الصعبة التي يمر بها عراقنا الحبيب وأهلنا في الوطن، ولكن كانت الزيارة موفقة، متمنين لبلدنا العراق السلامة والأمان، وأن تعود إليه عافيته ليرجع أهله أن يعيشوا بسلام ومحبة ووئام واتفاق مثل ما كنا سابقا.
اللي ما حصل للمسيحيين وبقية الأقليات في العراق هي حقيقة جريمة تاريخية على أعلى المستويات، وحضور الأمير تشارلز هنا اليوم كان مهما جدا لدعم هذه الأقليات التي تضطهد من قبل ما يسمى بالدولة الإسلامية، فهي ليست دولة وهي ليست إسلامية، وهي تعبر عن الكفر والاضطهاد بأعلى مراحله في العالم.
فيما أشار البعض إلى أن هذه الزيارة ذات أهمية خاصة، خصوصا وأنها تأتي في ظل ظروف التهجير القسري وانتهاك الحرمات والنزوح الجماعي لآلاف العوائل والنساء في الموصل وبقية المناطق العراقية، لتكون بمثابة رسالة واضحة للمجتمع الدولي بأن بريطانيا تقف إلى جانب الشعب العراقي وتدعم مواقفه في مواجهة التطرف.
في لندن وبكنيسة السريان معبرة للغاية، حيث تطرق سمو الأمير في كلمته التي دعمت أبناء الشعب العراقي، وبين في كلمته أن الهجمة من قبل الدواعش كانت تستهدف المسلمين كذلك المسيحيين، أن هذه الهجمة التي يجب علينا جميعا كعراقيين أن نقف ضد الإرهاب بكل فصائله وبكل توجهاته.
جاءت زيارة الأمير تشارلز للجالية العراقية هذا العام في ظروف استثنائية نظرا لما يمر به البلد من تحديات، فقد عبرت زيارته عن الدعم والمشاركة في أفراح العراقيين وأحزانهم، فيما ساهم أبناء العراق بكل أطيافه في هذا الحفل تعبيرا عن وحدة مكوناتهم ومصيرهم المشترك. من أمام الكنيسة العراقية، بيداء شاكر، لندن.
मैं अभी मेट्रो ट्रेवल नहीं करता, मेरे को बस की आदत पड़ी है, बस में ही जाता हूँ। ये तो बड़ा बेकार काम कर देगा, इसको थोड़ा सा बोलना पड़ेगा, इशारा देना पड़ेगा। आप आगे आ जाओ ना, हमने तो पहले प्लेस किया कुछ ना कुछ मतलब अपनी अकल लगाती है काम है, दूसरे पहले खड़े हो जाते हैं।
बस बाद में थोड़ा पीछे हो जाना है।
मैं तो एकदम आप पैन करोगे, आप जैसे हम तो बस एंट्री लेंगे, ऐसा तो बनेगा क्या? बात कर रहे हैं moving.
Hello, side please, side. Hello. Hello. नहीं भैया फोटोग्राफ मेरा फर्स्ट क्लास काम है ये ठीक है हाँ बढ़िया अरे बढ़िया फर्स्ट क्लास आ रहा
जा रहे हैं आगे
हम भी जाएंगे अंदर नहीं जाएंगे आ रहा हूँ
Deep in the desert of Arabia, a prince going where not many visitors are able to go in this kingdom of tight restrictions. He was taken to the sites of ancient civilizations dating from more than 2,000 years ago.
Very important site.
And to places where important archaeological excavations are taking place. Excavations which are seen by very few Westerners. Fascinating stuff for a man who's drawn to such things. But this visit has had more to it than sightseeing. Charles's meeting with Saudi Arabia's King Salman was a demonstration of his value as a diplomatic asset. Charles doesn't canvass on behalf of individual business projects for Britain. He'd find that rather demeaning. But he does press the flesh to promote Britain's wider interests. And particularly in Gulf countries, he's able to raise sensitive matters of concern to Britain. On this visit, he raised the case of the young Saudi blogger and human rights campaigner Raif Badawi, sent to prison and publicly lashed for offending Saudi's all-powerful religious establishment. For Prince Charles, the supposedly meddling future monarch, this was one intervention which appears to have gained him credit. His rather singular set of qualifications came into their own.
It's been a visit which, in a sense, has played to the Prince's strengths, his knowledge of Islam, his long-standing relationship with the Saudi royals, and something that diplomats cherish, the ability to convey a difficult message without giving offence.
So Charles can leave Saudi Arabia in the knowledge that there are still places and situations in which a quiet word from a prince counts for something. Nicholas Witchell, BBC News, Al Ula, Saudi Arabia.
Choice of which one to look at.
I don't know.
There we are. Somebody might have your camera.
Thanks, guys. Okay. Mark, Berlin, Germany. This is one of our girls.
आनंद पया मेरी माए सतगुरु मैं पाया सतगुर ता पाया सहज सिद्धि मन वजिया बधाइया राग रतन परवार परिया शब्द गावणिया शब्दों का गाऊ हरि तेरा मन जिनी बसाया कहे नानक आनंद हो सतगुरु मैं पाया ये मन मेरा तू सदा रहो हर नाम रो तू मन मेरे अंगीकारो करे तेरा कार्य सब सवारना सबना गला समरथ स्वामी सोक अनुसार कहे नाथ मन मेरे सागे बाजा नहीं करते सत्ता तेरे सब सदा सिंसना तेरे नाम मन वसावे नाम तुझे मन वसिया वाजे शब्द कने कहे नानक सच्चे साहिब क्या नहीं करते सच्चा नाम मेरा आधार सच नाम आधार मेरा जिन पुका सब हुआए कर शांत मन आय से आज केशा सब हो जाए सदा गुमान पिता गुरु बंटो जिसकी बटियाया कहे नानक सुनो सतगुरु शब्द रूपे यारो सच्चा नाम मेरा आधार वाजे पंच शब्द काल पागे कार सपागे शब्द वाजे
New Delhi, the seat of the government of India.
Old ways, old methods in the subcontinent persist side by side with the new. Visiting India informally, Prince Charles arrives at Palam Airport. He is greeted by India's Vice President, Mr. B.D. Jatti. Accompanying the Prince, Lord Louis Mountbatten of Burma. Lord Louis, as India's last Viceroy, presided over the transfer of power from the British Raj to the people of India. The colourful uniforms and the ceremonial must stir old memories. The royal party is on its way to the Himalayan kingdom of Nepal to attend the coronation of King Birendra. There, Prince Charles will represent the Queen. At the President's house, they are welcomed by President Ahmed. Friendly informality in a beautiful setting, the Mughal Gardens. The Republic's Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi. The President's house was formerly the residence of the Viceroy, and the surroundings are therefore familiar to Lord Louis Mountbatten. He confessed later to pressmen it was quite an emotional experience. But Prince Charles could have found no better guide. The memorial to Mahatma Gandhi, a name revered in India and indeed throughout the whole world. Gandhi, a man of gentle power. A different kind of power, that of all-conquering Mughal kings, erected the graceful Pearl Mosque, now undergoing repair. The tools and methods of Indian craftsmen may look a little old-fashioned, but they're nonetheless effective. Delhi's Red Fort is as old as Delhi itself. The Lancers' splendid uniforms have filled many a page from Rudyard Kipling. Like his father, Prince Charles is at home on the polo fields. So he ends his visit to India by scoring 2 goals and winning a cup for his team into the bug. A perfect ending. Far from the heat of India, a cool look at the sport London's Crystal
Today we are suffering in the Middle East, not only Christians but Muslims also, because of fanaticism, because of hatred, and because of narrow-mindedness. And we need the good efforts of everyone to establish peace back in our countries. In this regard, I would like to commend your efforts, Your Royal Highness, for promoting that spirit of tolerance.
It gives me great happiness to be present at the consecration of the Cathedral of St. Thomas. It is surely deeply encouraging at a time when the members of the Syriac Orthodox Church in their homelands of Syria and Iraq are undergoing such desperate trials and such appalling suffering, that in Britain the Syriac Church is able to expand and gain in strength. In this way, the consecration of your cathedral is indeed a notable sign of hope for the future.
After being delayed twice by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Commonwealth Summit made its return after a 2-year hiatus. Around 29 heads of state and government attended the opening ceremony on Friday in Rwanda's capital, Kigali. Britain's Prince Charles was also there, representing Queen Elizabeth II.
For while we strive together for peace, prosperity and democracy, I want to acknowledge that the roots of our contemporary association run deep into the most painful period of our history. I cannot describe the depths of my personal sorrow at the suffering of so many, as I continue to deepen my own understanding of slavery's enduring impact.
Composed mostly of former British colonies, the Commonwealth has not previously grappled publicly with the legacy of colonialism or slavery. But there have been increasing calls, especially from Caribbean member states, for it to do so. Prince Charles, heir to the British throne, aims to make the bloc a network of equal partners with shared goals.
If we are to forge a common future that benefits all our citizens, we too must find ways, new ways, to acknowledge our past. Quite simply, this is a conversation whose time has come. To achieve this potential good, however, and to unlock the power of our common future, we must also acknowledge the wrongs which have shaped our past. Many of those wrongs belong to an earlier age with different and, in some ways, lesser values. By working together, we are building a new and enduring friendship.
Rwandan President Paul Kagame reaffirmed his country's commitment to the bloc as it hosts the event. The country joined the Commonwealth in 2009.
We join together to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen, the head of the Commonwealth, and its most devoted champion. Over her 70 years of service, the Commonwealth has grown both in number and in the scope of its ambition.
Saturday marks the last day of talks behind closed doors. Prince Charles is due to succeed Queen Elizabeth II as head of the Commonwealth. But the automatic succession to the leadership of the 54-member bloc is being questioned by some Caribbean members. Chamwono, CGTN.
It's a train that started at Cape Town.
Well, it was absolutely wonderful because we're from England and we've never met him in England, and we've come here to Swaziland and we've met him. So it's lovely.
And how was he?
He's very, very nice. Yeah, very nice man.
Yes, we do, yes.
Princess Diana will always be remembered by the whole world for being a committed and loving mother. She will also be missed for her fight against the use of landmines. It undeniably and practically.
I'm enormously grateful for your very kind words with which you've greeted me here today, and in particular for your kind condolences both to my sons and myself. We've all been deeply touched by the flood of messages and condolences and kindness that we have received from all over the world.
The city of God above.
How are you? You never turn up in such a large number. You always yes, well, I said not shortly before the Prince. And I found the record number of Jonathan at the airport.
No, not yet, not yet. Careful, Mark.
Put it down. Can you put it down? Put it down, put it down.
Some kisses.
You hear that?
Good.
I don't think we should have them like that.
His visit here, I have no doubt, is not only going to be in the interest of Britain only, but in the interest of South Africa as well. We are very excited about it.
What do you think of the Spice Girls?
Well,
watch it, she stood next to me.
Please, you know, these are my heroines.
And he's our hero as well.
And, I don't want to be emotional, but it's one of the greatest moments in my life.
Hey.
It's the second greatest moment.
There we are. And the
The
Spice...
first time I met them.
Oh, yeah. And the Spice Girls can't believe we're meeting two very important people. I think there's a classic speech that Nelson Mandela did. And I can't remember exactly, but he mentioned about never suppress yourself, never make yourself feel small for others' insecurities. And that's what girl power is all about. So I think we're on the same level in that view.
Well, you must realize, of course, that they are talking about an old man.
No. Hey, it's how you feel inside. It's about your
everybody
spirit.
who's young is always generous to an old man.
No. You're not old. You're not.
Very good. Where's I see. Good. Thank you very much.
She is the regional administrator. Your Royal Highness.
Very good map making going on.
She said she slipped and she twisted her ankle and sprained it.
But the most thing is how cool it is. Very smart inside, beautifully swift. And wonderful map making going on. I'm very impressed. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
What's your problem?
If you slept well in your mouth.
सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा रघुवरपुर जाई और देवता जितना
because it is, above all else, my first visit to the Ganges. And so, from that point of view, it is a very special occasion for both myself and my wife.
Amin. Sastre
Once you've taken the shots, I will give the signal. We can move to another fixed point here.
How was your visit, sir? Pushing over. Very nice, thank you. Very good.
कभी ये सोचा तो नहीं था कि प्रिंस चार्ल्स हमारी गाड़ी में बैठेंगे। आज वो हमारी गाड़ी में बैठे, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा।
Prince Charles travelled to central Java to the 1,000-year-old Temple of Borobudur, the largest Buddhist monument in the world. The richly carved temple is still shrouded in mystery. Buried for many centuries under volcanic ash, no one knows who ordered its construction or how long it took to build. Recently restored by the Indonesian government, it offers a tantalizing prospect for those who, like Prince Charles, reach the top. Legend has it that if your hand can reach the center of this sacred stupa, you are blessed with enormous wealth.
Here's where I get the short of my arm.
Then it was on to Yogyakarta, the regional capital, where he joined the Princess of Wales at the Kraton, the sumptuous palace of the Sultan. The region is famous for the richness of its handicrafts and its traditional performing arts. And this includes the gamelan, the Indonesian orchestral music described as the sound of moonlight and running water.